It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Man, you've got the whole, country wife thing going on big time this morning.
Country
Kimmy.
wife?
You got the glasses, you got the flannel. I pulled my hair back so I can chop some wood. House is cold, hair's going back.
It's just that time of year where I don't care.
All right, I'll tell you what you
Yeah,
look
you
like.
should be sitting on one of those ranch porches with a big old mug of coffee, waiting to start your day.
That actually sounds very peaceful.
Here's what Kimmy looks like this morning. She looks like the homecoming queen from 15 years ago who married the wrong man. He's out messing.
I'm in one of those Lifetime movies.
Yeah, she's
He's
sitting,
out messing.
Yeah, he's out messing. She's sitting on the couch. The TV's not on. You can see one headlight go across the window and it goes across her face. And she's got a bottle of Jack with no glass.
Jesus.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right.
I could have been They told me I could have been a model. If you want to see Country Kimmy this morning, you can check us out
Kimmy.
on our live stream. By the way, our YouTube channel, it's WCMF, The Break Room WCMF. We are 36 subscribers away from 1,000.
What are we, PBS?
If you subscribe right now,
You can get this T-shirt with a whale on it.
why are they country now?
Country whale?
I could have been a whale model.
He died because I put a cowboy hat over his blowhole. Who knew? That's how they breathe.
So from what I've been told by our bosses, getting to 1,000 subscribers is a big deal in the company. So if you could do that
Big
for
milestone.
us, yes, if we could get a little bit of recognition for the stupid crap we do, we would greatly appreciate it.
Great.
So the YouTube channel is The Break Room WCMF, all brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing.
Mm-hmm.
Three Heads Brewing. They all could have been a model. Robert. Okay, we're going to start the day
Yeah, what happened?
by telling you how you can make yourself unbelievably productive, not only today at work, but every day.
Oh, there's a magic trick?
Yes, there is. New research suggests scent is what makes you the most productive worker you can be.
What do you mean scent?
Scent. So a study done by psychologists shows that a smell that you have, either on or around you, can be the most motivating factor at how well you will do your job.
How do
a
you know
good
what smell
smell?
works for you?
Well, so that's just it. We'll get to that. There are certain things they say are specific, but they say just a pleasant smell
all right.
around you all day long. They say that your brain is happier when you smell something you find pleasant. They say the studies showed it will help you focus more and cut through all of the BS. So they cited in that point athletes and smelling salts.
Oh, right.
Like, for example, if you
It gives
watch...
them that boost.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
if you watch NHL hockey, by the way, Sabres fall last night to the Ducks.
Oh.
Shut up. Every hockey player will take smelling salts before the game
But
starts.
I thought
Well,
that
you see-
stunk like it woke you up.
It does. It's terrifying.
But that's good?
Yeah, because it's now you're focused.
Oh, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a pleasant smell?
In this
No,
one, it
I
says
think
pleasant
it
smell.
shoots up your nostrils.
Yeah, that's what I think,
Shocks
like,
your
it's like, yeah.
system.
In this study, they say you want a pleasant smell. Yeah, I don't think you want to smell smelling salts all day.
I don't
need that
think so
kind of
either.
jolt.
Quick sidebar: I played on a beer league team where a guy
No.
would bring. I swear to God, he would bring smelling salts, and
For
I never
what?
tried it before because to get everyone focused for the game, right? And I had never tried it
Focused
before.
on the game.
Bro, I did. I tried it one time and it was horrific, and I didn't sleep all night. That's how much
So it's like,
juice.
Have you ever-
so it's like poor man's cocaine.
That's exactly. I'm like, oh God, no, it's terrible.
Have you ever seen? The first time I ever saw it, they showed it on TV. It was during the Olympics, and it was like the distance runners. Like they would stop over to the side and smell something and
Oh.
keep going. I was like, how is that legal?
Damn.
Well, I didn't know they could do that.
I didn't either.
Maybe they shouldn't.
But going back to this study, you had asked what smells.
Mm-hmm.
They do, Tommy, give different scents that can have different effects for people. For example, they say if you want to focus, peppermint is the best way to go.
All right.
They say if you want to remember a bunch of stuff, rosemary and sage is the way to go. I have no idea what those two things smell like.
Well, there's spices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know peppermint. I mean, you
Peppermint, I
tasted
know.
peppermint,
Rosemary
yeah.
and sage.
Rosemary's in a lot of
Sage is-
Italian food.
Okay.
And it always has a piney kind of smell to it.
And
But they use it in a lot of Italian cooking.
Sage
Okay.
is what they use to get rid of the bad spirits in your house. It's
Yeah.
kind of got I wouldn't call it minty, but it is kind of like that rootsy smell. I don't know how to describe it.
I just find it weird. I can't remember what the smells are that I'm supposed to use to try and remember stuff. They also say if you have something very important that you need to remember later, that if you smell something new while reading or learning about it, and then you smell that thing again when you need to remember it, your brain will immediately bring it right
Okay.
back. And there's actually proof of this in everyone's life, for men at least. Tommy, did you ever date a woman that had like a very specific perfume?
Yeah.
One that was unique?
Usually it's a little bit stronger.
And then you smell it like 15 years later and you immediately go back to that woman?
Yeah.
Oh, I think like if I like Breezy down the hall, she wears this scent that every girl sprayed in like the locker room and like wherever they had it like in their lockers. But the second I smelled that on her, I was like, oh my God, it took me right back to high school.
So there was a girl I dated in high school who wore same kind of thing. It must have been some like Victoria's
I think it was like a Victoria's Secret spray of some. I can't remember what it was called.
Black flag.
So
Deacon Fogo keeps Pat away and other creepy crawly bugs.
One of my daughter's friends was wearing that scent.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
It's
That's
weird.
not good.
No, well, it was just like weird. Like,
Yeah,
hey, what's
no,
up, 13-year-old girl? Oh, my God, it smells
Well,
like
it's
my
weird how
girlfriend in
that
high school.
scent stuck around. Like all the dude scents, I can't smell anymore.
But you were like
Like
in the height of boys' cologne that
Yes,
was overpowering.
and I think maybe that's what it was. Like I think that a lot of those scents that were popular with girls in high school are still very pleasant, whereas like maybe you guys overdid it in high school.
Yeah, because half of those colognes look like riot canisters.
like the
Axemen for the ladies.
By the way, you're being very generous with the term cologne when you describe that stuff. Like, if it costs $4 and they sell it at Wegmans, it's not a cologne.
The
Well,
damage
but
that must
even-
have done to the ozone layer in the 80s.
what was the really popular cologne though that guys wore? I mean, I know
Polo
like
Blue, that
Polo
was a big
Blue,
one.
like
Drakkar was a big
Abercrombie,
one.
like
Well,
any
we're
of those
talking about
scents.
our age, not
Oh.
guys who grew up in the 50s.
Well, I'm Drakkar. I came before Drakkar. Like the big scent when I was in high school was Brute. And they sold it like at the drugstore.
That just like the name sounds like a heavy smell.
And the other one was Jovan Musk.
Okay.
And
My dad had that.
That stuff smelled like B.O. You smelled worse.
Is that why nobody liked my dad? So my old man, I remember, before we get back to the study, he had this aftershave called Sands. Have you ever heard of it before?
Probably. Yeah, there's a million of them.
But it had sand in the
Oh, really?
aftershave. And
Oh.
I remember being a kid.
So you
'cause-
smell like the beach.
Well, no,
Yeah.
but it didn't smell like the beach. It smelled like a bottle of booze.
texture
Oh.
thing.
Well, like, you remember as a kid, like, you wanted to be like your dad.
Yeah, sure.
Right? So, like, I remember, like, as a 10, 11, 12-year-old sneaking into his room, to get to his cologne and aftershave,
Yeah.
right? He had Obsession by Calvin Klein,
Okay, that was a big one.
which smells awful.
Yeah, but it also smells very feminine. Like, it didn't even smell like a man's
You
cologne.
going to say that to his face?
No.
He's going to put his hair down with his spiky head.
Spike me.
Yeah, there you go. Here comes another riot canister. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A new study says that a smell will make you the most productive worker you can be today. Just a pleasant smell around you all the time will help your brain focus, and they give specific examples as to what and why and how and all this stuff. But here's where it gets dicey.
What's that?
So they give this aromatherapy idea for productivity. Right, where go to your office or your workspace or whatever, take one of those. Have you seen these before? Diffusers. Everyone's wife's had one at
Yeah,
one
with the
point.
little stick.
Got the
Yeah, you
oils,
got it.
and
Yeah.
Yeah,
whatever it is.
do your thing. Problem with that is having one of those diffusers at your desk is going to make the whole office super
They're
smelly.
You have
overpowering.
decided the scent that everybody will be smelling for the day.
There's no way that anyone could actually do that without causing massive problems.
It
in the
would
office.
suck.
Well, so down when Terry Clifford was here, down the hall in the B, she used to always bring candles in.
Yeah.
And like they smelled good, but they also made me hungry because it was like cupcake,
Cookie.
chocolate cake, cookies. Like, and again, like nice smell, but now I want a cookie.
It was also overpowering when you walked in their studio. Like, I never thought I'd have too much cookie, but like when your eyes start to water from the cookie.
It affects you.
Yeah. And like whatever smell gets put out, your lavender, sage, rosemary, peppermint, like somebody is either A, going to despise that smell, or B, have some kind of like physical
Reaction.
negative reaction.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because if I'm smelling something that I don't like, I think it goes the opposite way where I don't want to, like now that's all I'm thinking about. I can't concentrate on anything else.
Yeah, it affects you.
I'm with you 100%.
Even your taste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it gets in your mouth.
It's all up in your mouth.
Don't build my mouth.
We got tweets coming in. You can always tweet us at WCMF Break Room. Right. Mike DMs us. He says, wasn't that already known? You go to open houses and realtors bake cookies in the house being sold. Every time I have a cookie for some reason, I want to buy a house.
Now he has 10 houses.
Phil tweets at us, smell is the strongest scent tied to memory. Fun fact. And that's something you find out the hard way, too, with both good smells
Yeah.
and bad smells.
I'm surprised they didn't use anything like things you use every day, like coffee and stuff like that, that like put you in a good mood or get you ready for the new day.
But do you want to smell it all the time?
Coffee, I could like anytime I
Really?
walk into a coffee shop or Dunkin', I just love that smell. The other thing is I smell the donuts, man.
Yeah, those. Yeah.
That is like so delicious.
But
a
I guess
house
it could.
full of donuts.
Wait, only hot takes in the break room. Donuts are delicious.
No, that smell.
Yeah. Also,
that
the
donut
taste.
smell
Okay.
in the morning
I
smells
think
like victory.
I think you have to be careful with food smells because anybody that's ever worked at any kind of business with food and you're just smelling it all day, like they'll tell you like it does not appeal to them anymore.
So there's some towns that Pat and I worked in. I remember like in Iowa, there was one where the Quaker Oats plant it was the biggest factory in town.
Yep.
And one morning when I drove in, it smelled like chocolate chips.
Ooh.
And it was like, God, that smells good. The people hated it.
Yeah.
They hated all the smells, like banana, cupcake, all that stuff.
Well, so there's two examples of it in our area. Like when we come to work 2 or 3 days a week, when Jenny is brewing up the malt or whatever,
Yeah.
you can smell it in the air, and
Yeah.
I love it. It
Smells like
delicious.
cereal or
Yeah.
something. I don't know how to describe
like
it.
oats.
And then in Buffalo, if you've ever been to a Sabres game or a concert down at the Key Bank Center,
Yeah, what they got?
the one of the cereal factories is right there.
Right.
And it smells like Lucky Charms every once in a while. I think it's General Mills. So like you'll walk into a Sabres game and it just reeks of Lucky Charms.
Okay.
Which I also like.
But if you had it every day, it might get old.
I don't know, man.
Like coffee is one of those scents that I can, because I'm a coffee addict. Like every time I open up a fresh can of coffee, that smell is just, I can't get over.
See, I like coffee smell. I hate coffee taste.
And here's the other thing I like.
What?
And this is weird. A freshly lit cigarette.
I get
Reminds
that.
me of it reminds me of getting up in the morning. Because I remember my old man smoked. So like I can remember smelling that first cigarette in the morning when he was in shaving.
Yeah, I understand that. That makes
And if you
perfect
tell
sense.
somebody you love the smell of a cigarette, they go, "You're crazy."
See, I think more people enjoy the smell, not when you're in a room. Of
yeah,
like,
but you're overpowered by it.
like when you're right. That tip of the cigarette. I think more people enjoy it than will admit to it.
Yeah, because
Well,
that
especially
reminds
if
me
you-
of a cigarette and coffee.
And I think if you grew up a certain time where that was part of your childhood,
Oh, yeah.
even if nobody you knew smoked, but you would go into places where you would smell it, but I don't know, like I bet you your daughters don't have that same
No,
feeling
not at all.
on it.
Like, they're not going to have memories of the Wendy's
Right.
salad bar when they walk by somebody smoking. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Smells are what is going to make you the most productive today. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, what's up, buddy?
Hey, tired walking this morning. I got a smell story for you. Back about 45 years ago, in high school, had a girlfriend, deeply in love with her, and she wore Charlie was the name of the cologne or
It was
whatever.
a huge cologne back in the day.
Okay.
It had a
Oh,
huge
and-
commercial that ran all the time
About
on television.
My daughter got old enough, junior high school, whatever, started bringing friends home. One day she walks in with this cute little girl, and isn't that girl wearing Charlie? And the first thing that comes to my mind is the memory of my girlfriend.
It's a really weird mind F, isn't it, Tom?
Oh, it was horrible. Because I'm looking at this little 12-year-old, I'm saying, oh, no. You don't want to be thinking that.
All right, why don't you go back to walking, Tom? Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Take care. There goes Tom.
Odd turn there.
Well, that call should have ended about 10 seconds earlier.
Or maybe not happen at all.
Yeah.
Now I don't even like Charlie.
No man named Charlie will ever be
Yeah.
the same to me that I meet from this point forward.
Do women hold on to their scents, like their favorite scents, longer than guys? Because I feel like you guys go through like phases with scents, whereas like I know some women like they picked like one scent and they stuck with it their whole life.
No, it's the opposite in my house. My wife has like 1,000 perfumes. I've got one cologne.
Does she have like a favorite one that she's always liked?
No, she always smells different.
Okay.
That sounded bad. No, but I've had the same cologne for 10 years, like that I
Okay.
like wearing it. My wife keeps trying to push new stuff on me. She loves getting those like free samples, which is
Yes.
embarrassing as hell, man. Like she'll walk up to the counter and make, can I have a sample, please? What are we at BJ's on a Saturday?
I used to do that all the time. though.
Yeah, but you're a bum.
But every time I would buy cologne at Macy's, I'd always ask for a bag of samples.
Can I have a samples?
But they'll give you they used to give you like a ton
Yeah,
of them.
just to make you go away.
Yes, I'll take it.
All right, we got a dynamite. Make sure you smell the right way kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh boy, we're gonna Get our hate on.
That's right. It's lady hate this morning.
Oh, lady hate.
And everybody thinks they're the best parent in the world.
Yeah.
And they'll tell you, because they're the best parent, why you're a bad parent. We had a discussion about an amazing 11-year-old boy that lives here in Rochester who was doing something that none of us wanted a part of.
Yeah.
In fact, we had said that if any 11-year-old in our lives, grandson, granddaughter, son, daughter, were doing this, we wouldn't get near it.
It looks very dangerous.
But he enjoys it.
Mm-hmm.
And while we were having this discussion, his mom heard us talking about him, called up and explained that even she was hesitant when he first started doing this thing. This woman who wrote us says that we are bad people for not trusting this kid in his endeavor. And we'll tell you what it was just after 8 o'clock. Yes. And she goes even further. There shouldn't be a thing that you can't trust your 11 to 18-year-old kid with. Because
I can think of 1,000 things right now.
Well, that means that you are a bad parent.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, we're talking about different styles that change and don't with smells and teenage kids. Kimmy, every 3 or 4 years, it seems that styles turn completely over. What kids are wearing, what they think is cool.
I think it moves faster now.
All right. There's something we need to figure out.
What's that?
Because there is a group of men listening to this show who either A, have had their culture and identity stolen from them by teenage boys.
Oh.
Or B, now have a whole bunch of contemporaries who are into the same things they are, even though for years teenage boys wanted nothing to do with this, especially in our area.
But
You're
they're
saying
doing
you
it now.
either love this or hate it?
No, they're either posers or this has come roaring back.
Okay.
And it's all based on what you've seen teenage boys wearing all over the place.
Okay.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Either there are a bunch of kids that have all of a sudden gotten into these hobbies that for years they had abandoned.
Yeah.
Or teenagers have stole the look and the culture of a bunch of men from the greater Rochester area.
So young guys are doing like old man stuff?
That's exactly what this is.
Interesting.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:40, 6:45. There is an amazing story from the Rochester Fire Department that came out of the city of Rochester yesterday. There was a brand new healthy baby thanks to the quick actions of some
Wow.
first responders, and what a glorious way for this to end, Kimmy. But does it end here?
I don't know.
Because, like, it's got to be an awkward interaction.
Because you see stories where that relationship continues, and I always wonder, like, it's a little weird, it's a little strange.
So they got down there and delivered the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to the story.
All right.
And we'll do it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So last night my daughter's got hockey practice. My oldest plays hockey. It's at the Tim Hortons Iceplex over there. And there's a high school hockey game happening on another rink while she's practicing.
Yeah.
So there's just like, hundreds of teenage boys and girls walking
Yeah.
in. And I'm noticing something in the teenage boys as I'm sitting there watching my daughter practice.
Watching all the teenage boys go by.
That sounded bad. I'm sorry.
What's the new hot trend in boys?
Every one of these 15 to 18-year-old
Yeah.
boys are walking in sweatpants,
Yeah.
Carhartt coats,
Yeah.
and Bass Pro Shop hats.
Okay.
Okay.
They all looked exactly the same. They were wearing like a Bass Pro Shop baseball cap or beanie. They were wearing Carhartt jackets and sweatpants. And all of them looked like 40 to 60-year-old dudes that lived in Wayne County.
Yeah.
But you could tell they had like tried to make themselves look nice. Like their hair was all done.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
this was like a cool thing to do, except they're wearing all of this outdoor blue collar stuff. And it occurred to me as I'm looking at this last night, like all of the boys I see my daughter like around at school and everything, they are wearing the same thing. These teenage boys, for some reason, Bass Pro Shop and Carhartt have become something they love to wear. So here's what I can't figure out. And
What's
the phone
that?
number is 252-WCMF if you can help us here. Are these kids a new generation of kids that are now outdoorsy and coming of age, and they like to fish and they like to hunt, and that's just what's in their closet? Or have Bass Pro Shop hats and Carhartt jackets and blue-collar workwear become trendy, and these kids have never fished or hunted in their lives?
Yeah, because it's happened before. Like I can remember back when I first started on radio, and all these young guys were wearing like vintage bowling shirts.
Okay.
With like, but it wasn't their name on it.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they would wear like the other one was they would wear old vintage gasoline attendant like overalls.
Okay.
Not over, but the overjack.
Yep.
Same thing. Not with their name on it. Like it was just like they were just trying to be ironic.
Okay, but see, the thing about that is it was kind of a cooler time. Like the gas station jackets kind of tie into
The
like the
bowling
whole...
jacket, the bowling shirt.
The bowling shirt's strange, although...
It was a style.
I guess.
The
It's-
bucket hat came back. Like that bucket
you
hat.
More
will
for
never
look-
get over bucket
More
hats.
for look
that's-
than
but
function.
But that bucket hat
Yeah.
was the when you saw that hat, that was the old man hat. It was a joke.
Yeah.
Everybody
But now
called
it's
that
functional.
I love the bucket hat.
right, but you look like Henry Fonda on Golden Pond.
You're the only person that doesn't like bucket hats. Everybody else loves bucket
It
hats.
ages you by 20 years.
But I don't. Do you care? Do people that wear it? I
Keeps the
don't
sun
think
out
they
of
care.
my face. My wife's a
so
dermatologist.
do glasses.
But those bucket hats.
You look like a
were
damn
like-
fool.
I remember. I mean,
Especially the one McDermott wears, where he's got like that
long one,
flap
yeah.
on the back, so he's looked
Well,
like he's hunting
blocks his neck. He's got
rhinos
no
in
hair.
the Sahara.
If we could do a 4-hour show every day on bucket hats, Tommy would be the happiest man on the
Yes.
planet. The guy had skin cancer. That's why he wears a bucket
Oh,
hat.
they all say that.
No,
Every coach had skin cancer. Do you realize Bill Parcells had skin cancer in his neck 4 different times, and he just itched it off?
Don't say that because people won't go to the dermatologist, and I'm going to get yelled at. So going back to the Bass Pro Shop
Yeah.
hats and the Carhartt jackets on these teenage kids, there are some things, Tommy, that suggest more kids are getting into outdoor stuff.
Yeah, but I thought like wasn't the state trying to like beg people to go outside? They were going to pay you to go fish.
So that's just it. In the last decade, the state of New York has gone way out of its way to get families outside. They lowered the age you can go rifle hunting with a
Right.
Guardian. They've done those free fishing weekends where you don't need a license to go out and try it. They've done camping promotions where you can get free stuff to try camping out if you want to go into state parks. Not to mention, when COVID hit,
Yeah.
We saw a ton of people who hadn't normally done stuff like that pick it up because there was literally nothing else left to do. And if these kids are in their mid to late teens now, during COVID, they would have been 9, 10, 11, 12 years old.
So now they're outdoorsmen.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, did their families pick these hobbies up? And these aren't kids that are trying to be trendy. They're actually into this stuff more than the generation before.
I'm going to say no, because we did this too. Guys your age, when they were in middle, high school, they wore the cargo pants and Timberland boots.
Okay.
And they weren't going to work that day.
Okay. But I never looked at Timberland boots as work boots.
But they look like
work
work.
boots.
They look like work
You
boots,
didn't.
but
I
they
mean, you
cost
didn't wear them for function. You wore them because for fashion.
No, I get
right?
it, but like
I mean,
like guys that go to work in boots, I think like Red Wing boots or Wolverine boots.
But
I've
these
never
kind of
seen
mock that.
yeah,
guess.
it's
That
it's
look.
it's a look, and you didn't need all those pockets. in your pants.
You had no damn money.
I mean, like, I do think that, like, to some extent, I think every generation kind of grasps some type of fashion that's more for looks than function.
I guess what I can't figure out is with this generation, why you decided to go Bass Pro Shop and Carhartt. Why you decided to go blue collar? Because, like, I get the gas station jacket because there's like that romantic 50s like Motorhead idea to it, right? Like I get the Timberlands and the cargo pants because especially up here, like it's cold, you got to wear boots anyway. These are kind of cool looking. What about the Bass Pro Shop hats and the Carhartts? Do
they think the
teenage
same
boys?
thing. They think it's kind of cool looking. I think
what's cool about it?
Well, I mean, it was a hipster thing for a long time. Those guys weren't outdoors people. They just liked the look of the Bass Pro hat. It was almost
Sissy boys.
It was almost like a vintage thing more than a you know, I'm going to go outside. I don't need it to keep me warm. I just like the look of it.
They're camo sissy boys.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I'm at my daughter's hockey practice last night, and I've seen this around. I noticed it a ton last night. Every teenage boy walking into this hockey game to go watch it, Bass Pro Shop hat, either a beanie or a baseball cap, and a Carhartt jacket with sweatpants on.
But you know more than anybody what hockey family has time to do outdoor stuff.
There's a lot of outdoorsy hockey families. There's a lot
there?
of yes. I'm telling you, it's shocking to me as well. In fact,
I just would think like you're always traveling. You're always at hockey
Yeah,
tournaments.
but they're shooting, they're scoring. Yeah, fits in.
there are two or three other dads on my daughter's hockey team who stand around and talk about hunting.
All right.
And I want to
Well,
be
I think that's
cool.
a common thing here.
Well, no,
in
but I'm saying
general.
like they have the time to do it. Like
Yeah.
one of the guy's his daughter plays with me. She got her first buck this year. But like these guys will stand around and talk about hunting, and I want to fit in, so I'm just like going, yeah, no, I hear you. 5-pointer, that's pretty impressive.
But that Bass Pro Shop hat is so funny to me because it doesn't say anything. It's just where you buy your stuff. It doesn't say like Remington or a specific rod and
that
reel.
trucker hat look.
It's just it might as well just say Walmart.
Well, it tells you where you bought the hat.
Right, that's it. It's just an ad for a store, not even like what your
don't
hobby
get
is.
I won't buy a hat with your store on it.
No, like used to like a hat would say Yankees or Skull. Like I knew that guy chewed. Like you know what I mean?
The school hat is the same thing as
the
the
same
Bass Pro Shop
concept.
hat. It's just an
an
ad.
yeah.
It would have a rebel flag or an American flag. I had an idea about that guy. Now I just know where you shop.
252 WCMF.
That's every piece of clothing.
No, but it
That
doesn't
has a
say
label.
Like the biggest one I can remember were the John Deere caps.
Okay.
Because those were huge, and the Red Man chewing tobacco.
Sure.
Like those were like two that weren't sports, that were just major. But then I just kind of went to the mall.
I just find it weird. You being the label whore that you are, you're going to come out against labels on hats. You skank ass label whore bitch.
I just think we're out of labels.
Man.
We're out of labels.
Think about, let that sink in, man.
Check out my Macy's hat. It's where I got my Dracar.
No, I mean, it's been like that for generations. Kimmy, every T-shirt that
Yeah.
kids wore when we were in high school said
Remember-
Abercrombie or American Eagle or
Remember
Hollister.
Von Dutch?
Yeah. Ooh,
That was all like we were
Oh, I just
obsessed
watched a
with
documentary
labels.
on that guy.
Von Dutch, Ed
Hardy,
Hardy,
yeah.
Ed Hardy.
all
yeah.
that stuff. The more blingy the label, the more guys in like 2007 grasped onto it.
We made so many mistakes.
Yeah, but it's just the trend just keeps coming back around now.
Yeah, you're right. Again, I just can't put my finger on why all of a sudden these kids decided outdoorsy stuff was what they were going to latch themselves onto. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to the most stylish guy we know.
We don't know any stylish.
What are you talking about? Ben's on CMF. Hey,
Oh,
Ben,
Ben,
how are you,
you
buddy?
didn't mention Ben.
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. Good to hear from you.
I hate this because like I grew up out in Williamson and Walworth is where I grew up, and we wore Carhartt when we were splitting firewood, not because it looked cool is because it was actual useful stuff to wear.
Chopping firewood.
Ben, you just make it too
No,
easy.
for real.
No, I hear you. Well, like, did you have a pair of Carhartt gloves while you were chopping firewood or not?
I did not.
You
I mean,
didn't?
I
Well,
Oh, you
have,
should
You
have.
should have had
Ben.
the gloves, Tommy.
I remember he was coming down, man. He's just swinging that accident. Didn't have to get gloves on. It slid out of his hands, popped him right, it split his. Oh my God, my liver is so bad. I lost my little man hands. Couldn't hold on to the big man axe.
You know what's funny though, other than Ben having his tongue split open by an axe by accident. Like Ben, do you still wear this stuff?
Actually, I still have my older brother's Carhartt from when he was in his 20s.
Okay.
And I got one from a job that I worked at down in Egypt.
I didn't.
And
I don't need to know
still
how many
have
secondhand
It's true, the
Carhartt
traveling
jackets.
jacket.
They last forever. So it's
Like your
you get one
stories?
when you're like,
What I'm getting at is guys like Ben and other folks that are listening
Yeah.
right now that never cared about being cool or
But
trendy.
they were country boys.
All of a sudden are cool and trendy because they're
Yeah.
wearing these Bass Pro Shop hats and these Carhartt jackets, which these kids are paying all this money for. You've accidentally backed into being trendy, which kind of makes you look like a tryhard, like Kimmy, those parents in the 2000s that would dye their hair and wear Abercrombie shirts and you'd make fun of them. You're that guy, Ben.
Wearing the same thing as the kids.
I didn't mean to. You forgot one brand too, Affliction, for all the MMA guys
Right.
back in the
Yeah.
day.
Is that
Forgot
still a
about that one.
thing?
I don't know. I haven't seen it in a while.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, great call, Ben. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
All right, have a good one, guys.
YouTube, there goes Ben. There was a great story coming out of the city of Rochester yesterday.
Them.
Well, the fire department got a call, but there ain't no fire. Fire happened 9 months earlier.
Yeah.
And they had a job to do, a job that they're trained to do, but not one that you do all that often.
Yeah.
And even when you're trained to do a job like this, if you're not doing it on a regular basis, it's going to be something that maybe, what's the word I'm looking for? Traumatic?
Oh, I bet.
I mean, any man that has witnessed this with their own child can tell you it's not the easiest thing to be a part of. So, even though everything went fantastic and both sides are extremely grateful, Kimmy, you're probably not going to want to see on both sides this person ever again. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
Do they train
definitely
these
think-
guys to do this?
They do. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think
They grease up a watermelon and throw it at him.
Well, yeah, I have a question. Like, how do you train to do that?
We'll get into it.
Do you use
All
like one of those party dolls or something?
next to the break room.
And a ham?
96.5 WCMF. It's a story of the gift of life.
Oh.
One that came at the most unexpected time. And as a family, you'd be over the moon happy that these people were there and they knew what they were doing. But what about after it was over? Because as much as you'd owe a ton to this person who'd helped you,
Yeah.
it may be hard to see that person again later down the road based on what you as strangers
Shared
just
together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. Even though people want to argue with us, it's still not legal in the state of New York for you to grow your own marijuana at your house. Now, we know people are doing it. That's beside the point. However, the state of New York is moving forward to letting that happen. And they're just establishing some rules as to what is okay and not okay.
Like how much?
Well, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there's 2 new proposed policies that is about to make every suburban neighborhood a war zone. A war zone. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, yesterday, the Rochester Fire Department got a call on Glenwood Avenue.
What happened?
There was no fire.
Oh.
It was a woman in labor.
Oh, Jesus.
And time was of the essence.
Yeah.
So they got there. They realized this woman was not going to make it to the hospital. So the firefighters rolled up their sleeves, put her in a safe and comfy spot, and got ready to play the most important game of catch of their lives.
So they're getting down there and delivering this baby.
Yeah, that's what's got to happen. When it was all said and done, Mom, the Rochester Fire Department, welcomed into the world a healthy little baby.
Wow.
So according to the story, Mom and baby are doing great, and thank goodness the fire department got there when they did. So this woman wouldn't have to go through the birth of a child alone in her house.
Yeah.
You'd think everyone in that scenario would be over the moon thankful and grateful for each other.
Yeah, he brought a new life.
Yeah. Would you want to see that person again?
Would I as a man?
After all that being over? Like,
But
well,
I
okay,
think it's more awkward for one side than the other.
you think so?
Yes, because I think, the firefighter, they're doing a job, right? Like they are trained for this. Like even if they've never done it before, like they may look at it a different way. But if you're the woman going through this whole thing, I think it's a different experience where there's this stranger that came to help you, and now you share this, and I don't know how to handle it now.
See, I thought the flip side.
Same. You
think?
You're so focused on delivering this baby, you can't even think about anything else.
Yeah,
It just, but like you don't even care about who's doing it.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking the guys down there, it's way more awkward for them being with a strange woman down there,
But
splayed
after it's
open,
all
doing
over,
this
though.
job. What?
But after it's all over, though, I'm saying I think it would be more
think it's-
awkward for
No, I'm
Really?
the
the woman.
I'll explain why.
Okay.
Here's why. And then
Well,
let
yeah,
me-
you've had 2 kids.
Let me explain as a man to a woman why you're wrong about birthing. Like, look, to Tommy's point, that baby's coming. Somebody
And
was
the
going to see.
pain and the
Sure.
anxiety this woman's feeling.
So yeah, the last thing you're thinking about in the moment, to Tommy's point, is that. And look, whether or not it's somebody's going to be down there. Somebody was going to see
But
all
you
that
expect
stuff.
it to be you're probably picturing it in a hospital,
Okay.
With your doctor and nurses and people that do this all the time.
But women can tell you, even folks that have had doctors and birthing plans, if the baby comes at a time when the doctor's not on call or something's going on,
Yeah.
all of a sudden you got stranger down there.
And isn't there
Strange
a point?
hands.
Ooh, great movie.
Cold.
But isn't there a point where she's just get this thing out of me?
Yeah.
Like the pain
Well-
I'm going through and the anxiety. I just want this part of it over.
I mean, that's what I experienced watching with my wife. Right?
That's what
Like,
every woman says. Like at this point, I
Yeah.
want this done. Like they're screaming at you like it's your fault, the husband. Like get this over with.
why it's more awkward for the guy. Because, like, the firefighters are trained for this. And he even said in the story this wasn't their first maternity call.
Yeah.
But
But it isn't their first. I mean, that's not the thing they normally do.
And here's the thing. Even if you do this on a semi-regular basis, I do not think women understand how traumatic watching a birth live is for a man. And I know you don't want to hear it. But I don't care. Because
as the
it is
woman, I'm the exposed one.
Okay,
you know
fine,
what I mean?
Fine, but you're getting a child. Like, there's a trade-off. You are being exposed, and you're right. But after the exposure is over, here is this new life that you are now in love with more than anything you've ever seen. These guys had to watch, and I'm not exaggerating, the scariest thing I've ever seen, hands down.
Yeah.
And not only are they watching it, they're actively participating in it. They don't know this woman, and they're just in a house. It is 1,000 times more uncomfortable for that firefighter than it was for that woman. And I mean from a social standpoint,
would have to
not
be.
from a physical standpoint.
But again, after it's over, I was the one exposed in the situation. I was the one who, you know what I mean? Like, you saw everything happen.
I had to see everything happen.
I understand.
I'm never going to forget
But wouldn't that make it awkward for me?
All right, let me put it this way. As Tommy put it, I witnessed 2 births, the birth of my 2 daughters.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you most of it because I blacked out completely.
So it's like, you just wash over.
I didn't pass out, right?
But you blanked on it.
I have here's what my first child, Stella,
Blackout
being born.
memory.
Yeah. My 13-year-old, when she was born, my plan was to stay near my wife's head because I am not good with that kind of stuff. I'm not good with blood. I'm not good with any of that stuff. So I'm like, all right, I'm just going to stay by my wife's head. I'm going to hold her hand. I'm going to play strong, and I'm going to just close my eyes until it's over. And as everything was happening, the doctor goes, hold this leg. And I go, what? And I remember it starting, and that's all I remember.
So how tight did you grip the doctor's leg?
But you're not.
But that had to be like that Men in Black moment, right, where they just wash it over you.
Bro, I have a really good memory.
And I know that's a bad real. I should probably use.
But you're not trained to handle that situation.
I don't think any man is trained until it actually happens.
Except for doctors and people that EMTs, people that train for it.
Okay, doctors see it every day. EMTs see it once in a while. Firefighters almost never.
No, they see it a lot.
A lot.
Yes, they do.
My dad was a police officer. He delivered 2 babies in his career.
Usually, a lot of the times, the firefighters show up before the EMTs.
They might have been.
So they are usually the ones there first.
All right.
I don't know. I guess I'm looking at it through my own eyes. Like, this is a strange woman. I'm looking at her most delicate parts, stuff I should not be seeing, and this woman I don't know doing this amazing thing that's also grossing me out.
But like stuff you shouldn't be seeing in a way you shouldn't be seeing. Right. I'm telling you, man, the human body is an amazing thing.
It's also really gross doing amazing things.
Yeah. No, but like the fact that you ladies can bounce back from that, oh my God.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, look, we have no experience with this. As we tell this story, wonderful story, Rochester Fire Department gets called to a home in the city yesterday. It's a woman in labor. This baby's coming. They got to deliver it. And they delivered the baby. Mommy is healthy. Baby is healthy. Everyone is happy. But it's got to be awkward after.
Yeah.
Like if you run into a Wegmans a couple of years later. We have no experience with this. Bill does. He's on CMF. Hey, Billy Boy, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
How you doing today?
Good, man. What do you got for us?
Good. I was an EMT with the fire department for 23 years, and we had a call for a lady in labor, so I'm the only EMT that showed up, volunteer thing. But the thing is, it was the fire chief's daughter.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's your buddy's daughter?
So he's
That's your
standing
boss's
over
daughter.
top of me.
Oh,
Yeah, my
God.
boss's daughter, basically.
Wait,
And he's-
you're down there, he's standing over your shoulder, the daughter's having his baby.
She's on her couch. I'm delivering this baby. Finally, I had to stop, and I said, guys, you got to get him out of here.
Oh, because
I'm
he
like-
couldn't handle it?
He couldn't handle it.
Well, I
Plus,
guess
it's also
Like,
taking
you're
up
not chief right now. You're grandpa.
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
Grandpa Chief, get out of here.
And it was a wonderful birth. She did great. And I was 21 at the time. And I thought to myself, I don't ever want to go through that again.
See, thank you. Thank you.
You
All right.
know,
Bill, let me ask you this
it
question.
didn't happen
sorry,
when I was doing it because my training kicked in. It was afterwards.
Right.
I get it. All right, let me ask you this question because, it's the chief's daughter. I mean, it's a, volunteer town, so I'm sure you saw this woman again. Was it ever
Right.
uncomfortable when you ran into her? Because you did this amazing thing for her.
But you also saw some amazing things.
Right. No, absolutely not. No, she was wonderful.
Okay.
She didn't, she just wanted it out. She's like, Bill, get it out. And we did.
First name basis.
Yeah, it's got to be weird just calling you Bill as you're down there.
But that would have to, because that image has got to stay in your head, though.
It did for a while, but it just
That would creep me out.
joy of birth, joy of life.
Bill, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of
Talk
the
to
day.
you guys.
All right,
I mean,
take
the
care.
fact that I got to see her playpen would bother me. Remember I told you
In
when I
more
saw
ways than one because they were prepared for that baby.
You
Well, it'd
remember when I
definitely be
told
weird if you knew the person. I think that adds a whole other layer of awkwardness.
So you remember when my buddy's wife was a nudist?
Yeah.
And we went on a sailboat trip for like a day trip,
Yep.
and she just peeled everything off, and I'm like, I thought it'd be really cool to see a naked woman on a sailboat until it's your buddy's wife, and it was the most awkward. I just wanted off of this goddamn boat.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to see your naked wife.
The worst part is when she started giving birth on the boat.
It was the worst. It was the worst. All over the deck.
Just get in the water. By the way, we should have asked Bill what it cost to clean that couch.
Oh, yeah. By the way, why didn't the fire chief get his daughter to the hospital?
Well, maybe there was
I
sometimes
guess
you
sometimes
don't
it's
have
just
time.
it's gonna happen.
Bro, that was no. Okay.
I would just figure like fire chief, he knows how to handle this stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
but I think it's different if it's your
Oh.
kid.
and
or,
maybe he
or-
doesn't.
I don't know.
mean, he
Oh, that
doesn't
would be the
grow-
worst.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
delivering your own kids.
I
Oh,
can
but no, your
understand.
daughter's child.
Yeah. I couldn't
Oh.
imagine.
I would need therapy. Any man would need therapy after that.
I don't know. Maybe like Bill said, in the moment, your instincts kick in, your training kicks in, you handle it.
Yeah, but
it's
like
after.
2 days later when you're just ready to go to bed, right? That image would pounce on you.
We got Facebook messages coming in. As we like to call, or as we like to say on the show, men call, women write.
And I don't get it.
Rebecca writes us on Facebook, Duffy, don't be stupid. Baby delivery and what people see doesn't bother women. Every woman I know still has a relationship with the doctor that delivered their kid. She is right about that.
But
Well,
that's
I
a
was just going to say
different-
they sometimes show those stories of like the kid reuniting with like the EMT worker, the firefighter that delivered them like years later, and it's like one big happy family.
Well, the kid, who cares?
Yeah.
You didn't know what was going on in the
Well,
moment.
but even
It's more
with the
like
mom
the woman.
and yeah.
And your head got way bigger. No, like it's funny this comes up. Just this weekend, my wife ran into the guy that delivered our oldest daughter.
Yeah.
And my mother used to talk about the doctor that delivered all of us all the time, like on a first name basis.
Yeah.
Like it does seem that women have that relationship with their doctor forever. Like I get it. They brought this life into the world.
They walked you through
Yeah.
the whole process.
Exactly, but it's still weird, like to think.
Yes.
Like, could you guys handle a job where you would have to see naked people on a regular
No.
basis?
No,
God,
and I
no.
don't know. I don't know
you-
how anybody that works in healthcare does it.
Because you got to see all the naked people. The
It's weird.
grossest, nastiest.
But they turn that off, and they just go to work, right? Like they don't almost. I don't even know if they see like nudity. It's just a body. It's something that I have to fix. You know what I mean? It's
Okay, don't be a dick.
No, but people are gross.
It's not so much the grossness, it's the shock of it. Because if anyone that's naked stops you, like whether they're attractive, whether they're not attractive, doesn't matter. Just the
Yes.
fact that somebody's naked will make you stop in your tracks.
Oh, yeah, well.
well,
they
like
will.
I mean, if you like, would your wife is your wife shocked by nudity at all?
No, not at all.
That's what I mean. I don't even think it's if she saw it in a place it shouldn't be. I don't even know if it would shock her.
That I don't know, because she also has that mom in her. Like if we were
Okay.
at Marshall's and there was a naked
Okay,
guy
all right.
walking
That's
around,
okay.
Sure,
she'd
yeah.
be alarmed.
But even like when
She'd
you-
offer him a skin check, but she'd be alarmed.
But even like when I know, like when your wife is looking at my back,
Yeah.
I go, man, aren't you getting skeeved looking at my nasty ass back? Because I don't even know what it looks like, but I'm pretty sure it's worse than the front.
Well, let me put it this way.
Because at least I know it. I maintain the front a little bit.
Let me put it this way. Last time I think you had an appointment with her, she came home and set her scrubs on fire.
You know, I have 2 pictures that she took with my phone of my back because she wanted my wife to make sure this thing got any redder. She wanted me to come back in. So it's like satellite imagery of like a foreign planet if I showed it to you. She goes, you have to have your wife look at this. I go, not on date night.
Well, listen, whatever traumatic experience you go through, sometimes you need something to take the edge off.
Oh, yeah, liquor.
Or marijuana.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's an option in New York
Nature's
State now?
liquor.
Nature's liquor. So as of now, legally in New York, you can only go to dispensaries and buy your marijuana. But very soon, you will be able to grow marijuana at your house.
Okay.
And I know there are people that are going to call and go, I can do that now. You can't technically. Also, you could be arrested for it. Point I'm getting at is this.
What's that?
The state is now trying to determine the policies they will use to keep everyone who is growing things at home safe and the stuff that is being grown in their house. And there are 2 policies they are proposing that I promise you is going to cause World War III in every greater Rochester suburban neighborhood. And whether you enjoy smoking marijuana or you don't, this will affect your life. And we'll tell you what it is next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Get ready for the ultimate neighbor battle royale.
What happened?
There's a new policies being proposed in the state of New York involving everyone's favorite new legalized drug. And that at-home freedom folks thought they were going to have is now just a nosy neighbor phone call away from blowing up the entire neighborhood.
Your operation?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Tommy, it's not just the operation, it's the peace and quiet of everyone that lives within a 5-house radius.
Is it noisy?
Okay. Let me put it this way.
What?
As much as people want to tell you differently, it's still not legal to grow your own marijuana in the state of New York.
Yeah.
Now, that's going to change soon, Tommy. The Office of Cannabis Management is working on establishing rules for legal at-home growing here where we live.
Okay.
And some of the proposals completely reasonable. For example, they are going to make it, they want to make it so you can have 3 mature plants and 3 immature plants at all times.
Okay.
So 6 total. You can't have more than 5 pounds of flowered marijuana or marijuana concentrate. The idea behind that rule is that is enough for a household because, by design, growing at home is just for your personal
All right, you're not
stuff.
selling it.
Exactly.
No.
By the way, if 5 pounds of marijuana is not enough for you, you got a serious problem. But there are some other proposals that, if passed, are going to cause some major issues.
Like what?
Well, it'll be on the homeowner to, and I quote, store cannabis in a manner that prevents theft, loss, or access to people under the age of 21.
You got to lock it up.
Well, if I read that as if you get this stuff stolen by kids, some of that responsibility falls on you.
Okay.
And I guess my question is, how can I lock up something that's growing in my yard?
Well, no, you'd probably grow it
Unless you have like a fence.
indoor. You'd have like an indoor growing.
But
thing.
that costs a fortune.
Yeah.
That's what they call it, hydroponics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
That's how you'd have to do it.
Well,
That's
no.
the only way. You can't lock up outside, to your point.
Well,
man.
you could build a giant fence and put a
I
lock
think that
on
would
that.
be like in the way like you have like pool regulations. Like doesn't that have to be behind a
a fence.
fence or
But
like
you
locked
still
up in
get
some way,
around
yeah.
that. Like I was thinking, a greenhouse, but a greenhouse is just a glass house that you could break into and steal it.
Well, I
Well, I guess if you're breaking into something and stealing it, that would be a
'cause-
different story.
Yeah, they could break into my house, right?
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm getting at is whatever these regulations end up being, that's more money I have to
Yes.
spend if I want to grow marijuana in my
Yeah.
yard. But we've just begun the issues of outside growing, Tommy, because another proposal says the plants must be in a location that is, and I quote, not plainly visible from public view, including the street outside of the residence,
So it has to be tucked away in my backyard.
or hidden if it's in the front yard. So that I
But
can't
it also
see
needs to be in the sun so I can grow it.
that kind of sounds like a thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be a problem because, one, you just brought up the sun thing. Not good.
Kind of
also,
a big thing when you're growing stuff.
there are folks that don't have backyards,
Right.
that own homes.
Or their backyard
Or
is
city.
exposed to other yards,
Yeah,
so
city
you don't
houses,
really have any
especially.
privacy.
Yeah, exactly. So if I don't have a backyard or the room
Mm-hmm.
in the backyard to do it, and the only space I have is in my front yard, but you can see it from the street, am I not legally allowed to grow marijuana on my own property? Because that's kind of messed up.
But I can see it, right? So let's say you wanted to grow it in a pot, like a potted plant.
Yeah.
And you put that on your back deck or your patio. But you can kind of see somebody's patio.
Yeah.
That's illegal.
I don't know. Because, again, how they enforce this and, the spirit of the rule versus what the rule is will be determined by how everything shakes out, right?
I'm guessing the smell is going to be more of an issue than the sight.
So it's funny you bring that up. And this is where it starts to affect everyone, whether you're a marijuana person or not a marijuana person. And the phone number is 252-WCMF. By far, the proposed policy that is going to cause the biggest issue. It is on the homeowner to, and I quote, remediate odor issues if they become a nuisance to the neighbors.
So just a pot plant growing. How bad is the odor?
Here, let's turn to our
It's,
resident pothead.
I know several people have already jumped on the home growing train.
Yeah.
No, I can tell by what you're wearing today.
And I've been, to parties at their house and stuff, and it's really not too bad.
I'm just talking about the plants sitting there,
Yeah,
not
no,
smoking.
and every now and then you may catch a whiff of it on like a windier day, but if it's just sitting there, I guess they had like kind of bigger yards, so I wasn't too close to it.
Okay, you guys are not fully wrapping your heads around how bad that last thing is going to make this.
The smell?
Okay, look, if someone can smell what you're growing, they can make a phone call. And the major issue that's going to show up are issues that people are already having. Although growing at home isn't legal yet, it doesn't seem like authorities are busting people for doing it because there's a lot of people doing it. And the smell in particular has really pissed people off. How, first of all, if I am growing in my yard, do I keep it from smelling?
You can't.
No.
It's impossible.
Unless there's some kind of product that exists, because all
What,
you
like
potheads,
Febreze the yard?
bro. If there's two things potheads do well: make arguments about why it's always been legal the entire time, despite the fact that they're wrong, and then invent products to solve problems with their marijuana.
But you'd have to like spray it on the plant. That might F up the plant.
I don't know how this would work, but what I'm getting at is
What's
this. Whether or not the smell is a problem, whether or not you can actually see the plants from the street with that other rule. Keep in mind that right now about 4 in 10 New Yorkers are still opposed to legal marijuana in New York State.
So they're like lamos.
Yes, and that's a very significant number. Do not forget, there are also towns in the greater Rochester area that opened it up to their town base, their citizens, and said, would you like to have dispensaries in this town? And there are several towns that voted it down.
No.
Which means that the population of that town does not want marijuana in their communities.
So if you live in uptight town.
If you live in uptight town and these policies pass, all you need is someone to figure out that you're growing marijuana, place a call to whoever it's going to be, and they could say, I can see it from this spot, or I smell it all the time, and you got yourself a
So
situation.
you're going to have to really, to do this, you're going to have to really get to know your neighbors and whether they're cool or not. Because like you're saying, you're really putting a lot in their hands or their nose.
Now, to be clear,
Because you got to be such a dick. Because you smelled some
Well, and
pot
I'm
one
guessing
summer
you're-
day to call a cop.
Okay, but that
I'm
person...
guessing
But I
the
know.
plant is less of a problem than when that person is smoking it.
Fired up.
You know what I mean?
And that's if they're smoking
Right.
it.
Well, if you're growing it, I would assume you're smoking
Well, you
it.
can make it into concentrate, too. I mean, it depends on
true.
how MacGyver you want to get with this
It's
stuff.
true, but I'm thinking like I would think people using marijuana is more of an issue than growing it.
Okay, I would agree with you.
But-
someone using marijuana, I can't call the cops on
Yeah.
them because they're allowed to use marijuana.
But
Look,
you get
but if
one
you see the
uptight
plant-
dick.
But you see, you call that person an uptight dick. That person doesn't see themselves as an uptight dick.
No, they
that
never
person sees themselves as defending the sanctity of their neighborhood. I don't want drugs down the street from where I live.
I don't want
I am surprised-
Drug cartel.
And here's the thing. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
It's
Amy.
okay.
For every one of those guys or girls, gals, whatever, there are 3 more like them in the neighborhood that will stand behind them and go, they are doing the right thing. And I would like to participate in you continually calling the Office of Cannabis Management to complain about our neighbor.
Yeah.
I do wonder, I'm surprised that we haven't heard more stories about it, though, just based on the amount of people probably already doing it, unless we just don't hear about it.
It's possible that the authorities aren't doing anything because they don't have any direction on what to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that was kind of the story with the stores that were selling illegally without a license for a while before the license places opened up, right? Like the argument was they're not really hurting anybody. We don't know
But
what
not
we're
once
supposed
there's
to
regulations in place, you're saying?
do. Exactly.
It's so funny. So a few years back, one of the neighbors who lived there before, one of their older kids, every once in a while you'd see him go in the backyard when he was in town and he'd be watching the house. He'd be back there burning one.
Okay.
And man, as soon as he lit it up, you could smell it because it was so unique to the area, even though I lived next to a college, right? And my wife would be like, man, the drug czar woke up. And I was like, what are you gonna do? Let the kid get high.
Do you think your wife would be the person that if she saw it or smelled the plant would call somebody?
Oh, if there was an operation?
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
operation, it's not an operation, it's a personal
Like if
growth.
your neighbor had,
CSI
like,
Pittsburgh.
2 or 3
Her
plants.
and LL Cool J be in there in a minute.
You think that she would risk the relationship with the neighbor?
It depends on the neighbor. You're absolutely
Okay.
right. Like if she liked the neighbor, you know what they say, hate the child, love the neighbor in the Bible. But I think if she didn't like the neighbor and there
Looking
was
for an
weed going
excuse.
on, like slack ass neighbor, yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The Office of Cannabis Management is trying to lay out policies that will legally allow people to grow marijuana at their homes. It's still illegal in the state of New York, by the way.
Yeah.
But 2 of the proposed policies are going to make neighborhoods war zones as soon as this happens. 1, you have to be able to keep the marijuana in a place where you're growing it, quote, not plainly visible from public view, including the street outside the residence. And the other proposal It is on the homeowner to, and I quote, remediate odor issues if they become a nuisance to the neighbors. If they can smell it, if they can see it, they can call, and you have some kind of issue now. Either you're in trouble or they tell you got to get rid of the plants. You're not allowed to grow here, which sucks.
Under the Smelted Delta legislation from Nixon.
Here's what really sucks about this.
What's that?
This grow from home policy from the state of New York, and this was planned from the beginning, was supposed to be the free way to consume marijuana here. Yeah. Right? The stuff at the dispensaries is regulated and it's taxed hard. And that was the trade-off of getting it legally in New York, right? Like, we'll accept that, fine. At-home growing was a way for people that wanted to stay on the low or do it more economically to have their stuff with little interference. But these policies, if they pass, would be taking that away.
Yeah. And it's so weird because there's probably no regulation for how much wine I can make in my house. Like all those Italians with those wine presses.
There has to be regulation.
I know people that, to your point, make beer, like their own beer. They don't do it a lot, but
make your own beer, make your own booze at home. Right?
Will you Google if there's how much wine can I legally make in my house in New York State? I bet you there's a regulation. It's just no one would know.
Yeah.
And people drink wine.
Right. And people drink beer and booze and all that. I tell you, my father tried to make his own Kahlua on the stove.
What happened after he tried to make his own?
My mother got explosive diarrhea.
It came out looking the same way it went in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you ain't kidding. Montezuma's Revenge.
And, like, here's the thing, man. To be fair, there is a logical reason behind all of these proposed rules. Like, you don't want teenage kids stealing your weed, keeping it in your yard. No one wants the whole neighborhood to reek a pot all the time, keep it under control. The problem, however, is, like we said, there's between 30 and 40% of New Yorkers that are still dead set against marijuana, and that is a lot of people. So it's not out of the question that these policies, which are to ensure everyone gets what they want and are looking for, are going to be abused by people that just want pot not being grown down the street from where they live.
Yes.
And that's an issue.
Of course it is.
It's a major issue. Like, what else am I not allowed to grow in my yard where people would complain to the cops?
Grow? I can't think of anything else.
Like, because there are
poppy flowers?
Well, no, my wife grows poppies.
What do they make the heroin?
Poppies.
All right, I can grow those?
Yeah. You're allowed to buy marijuana seeds legally in America. Did you know that? Those aren't federally regulated.
Oh.
You asked about wine?
Yes.
So you can have up to 200 gallons per calendar year if there are 2 or more adults in the household.
Okay, so there you go. There is a regulation.
Yeah, I can have 200 gallons. That's got to be like
per
400
year.
bottles of wine.
Yeah. It's like a bottle of wine a day every day.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I wonder. I wonder if you won't have to worry about this too much, only because I think that there are a lot of people that are interested in growing, but then once they realize how much work it is,
it's gardening,
and maybe they do it like 1 year, and they're like, okay, now I'm good for a while.
It's
That's
possible.
a great point.
No, it's very possible, and let's hope that's the case. Although, Kimmy, you also know how expensive it is to walk into some of those dispensaries.
Yeah, but 3 plants produce a lot of marijuana.
I love how you're actually, there are people going, what? Oh, okay, now I'm actually definitely going to try that.
But I'm saying, like, I don't even think it's something you necessarily have to do year to year, I guess, depending on how much you smoke.
Okay. 252 WCMF. We got Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys trying to get in. Kimmy's doing a whole bunch of things over there. We apologize. This comes in from Amy. Amy says, why should I have to smell someone else growing marijuana in their backyard? If you are affecting the neighborhood in a negative way, you shouldn't be allowed to grow it at all. In fact, I would be okay with homeowners associations voting whether or not per neighborhood you are allowed to grow marijuana. Thoughts?
She is that person. She is flyer person. She's like march person. Oh, my
Petition person.
Oh, my God, yes.
You are
uptight Amy.
You are grossly underestimating how many Amy's are out there.
Listen, I'm sure the world is slam full of lame Amy's. Lamies.
Lamies?
She's a total lamey of the lamey party.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tim. Hey, Timmy, what's going on, buddy?
Not so much. Hey, I got a bunch of comments on this. I'll try to keep it brief. As far as if you're trying to grow, you got to make friends with your neighbors. I mean, if you know your neighbor's a douche, just stop right there. I guess you got to grow indoors.
All right, there's
check,
one.
the douche check.
All right.
And not for nothing, if you know a buddy these days, I started last year, and it's crazy. It's the first time in my life you can't give the stuff away.
I'm telling you, you're gonna have way too much.
Okay, but see, here's the thing, Tim. I get what you're saying, but if we're going by the letter of the law, you've broken 2 laws in what you did. Because Tim, you're growing right now when it's illegal technically in New York State to grow it, and you gave it to somebody else, which is also illegal.
Well, you didn't sell it though.
But what are you, a pothead again? If
I'm
gift it to
asking.
someone, no, you cannot give it to anybody. It's clearly written in the law.
I'm just telling you the reality of what's really
No,
gonna
I get
happen.
what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, if somebody, because Tim, there are people that are super paranoid that have never done this before that want to make sure they do it by the letter of the law.
They don't need the heat.
Exactly, and like this may make it harder. But go on, Tim. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just throwing it out.
Yeah, by all means. If you do 3 plants, here's what I kind of giggle about. 3 plants, 5 pounds? What do you do if your plants make more than 5 pounds? Because that happened to me.
Stop using Miracle Grow.
Do you have to chuck it? That's a good question.
Get a burn.
Like I said, hey, man, you want some? No, I'm all straight. Really?
You know, it's funny, though, like Tim, hey, thanks for the call, man. I want to get some more calls. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day. You know, Tim says you have to make sure your neighbors are cool with it, which is, I understand in the world that we've lived in the last however many years.
Right.
Yeah, because it's illegal. But this is now legal. It's legal. I shouldn't have to get permission from my neighbors to do something that I'm allowed to do.
Right, but there are, I guess you have to sign off on it.
No, but you don't.
Yeah.
Like, the rules don't say the neighbors have to sign off. The rules say you just don't be a dick while you're growing pot. But if that person wants to be an extra dick and keep you from growing pot,
They get a vote in this thing too, right?
It ain't
you're
fair.
lamies.
And like, here's the thing, man. You and I don't even smoke.
No.
We don't use it. We're not going to grow it.
But think of it like if you wanted to put a pool in your backyard, right?
Yeah.
You have a right to put a pool in your backyard.
Sure.
But there's all kind of rules of just putting the pool in your backyard.
Yes.
Then there's noise ordinances and how loud you are with your pool and parties. I guess there's always something.
Okay, but the pool makes sense because it's safety.
Yeah, it is.
I got to put the fence around the pool because I don't want somebody to fall in there and drown, right? And the noise ordinance, yes, I get it. Nobody wants to be up at 1 a.m. hearing all this stuff.
Right.
But a pool compared to this, the pool seems like more of a problem.
Maybe it is.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Right, but yeah, you don't know how cool your neighbor's going to be about your pool or your pot, or how much wine you got 400 jugs of wine in your house.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Okay, have we shaken the pot lawyergy where all the potheads are going to call up and do? No, here's what actually is the rules. Let's talk to Nick. Hey, Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, brother.
Good. So I just wanted to chime in. I do a tent in my basement. I got an exhaust fan to my dryer sheet tube that goes out the house. Exhaust, no problem. You don't smell it outside. Neighbors would have no idea. It's great setup, and I think it works great.
Do you live with anybody, Nick, or is it just you?
Say it again.
Do you live with anybody, or is it just you?
My fiance.
And she doesn't mind?
Says, no, when the plant gets into full blossom, sometimes there's an odor that'll linger on the house if the exhaust fan's the filter's getting old. But other than that, there's a filter attached to it, a carbon filter that really gets rid of that smell and really doesn't have a problem with it.
Every pothead is certified MacGyver. Like, if you guys took your energy,
Yeah, seriously.
like, we would cure cancer. Just stop smoking pot and use that energy to, like, fix real problems, Nick. Hey, Nick, let me ask you this question. Like, you bring up all this stuff, and I get it. You did what you had to do so you could have your stuff. How much money did that setup cost you?
Oh, God.
Probably $400.
Okay. I mean, it's less than I thought.
I grow maybe 3 to 4 ounces, and that lasts me 3 to 4 months, and then it's time for another harvest. So, I mean, really, I'm kind of smoking for free, and all my friends are too. So
okay, because I mean, I guess my question is, if I'm someone that can afford the plants and I'm going to water them and put them in the sun, that's free.
Yeah.
Right. Other than the
But all the
seeds.
process afterwards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like you're now once again eliminating people based on economics who can and can't grow their own marijuana. And that's a problem.
yeah, well, it did pay itself off eventually. I mean, now technically, got a nice stash of seeds, and I already got the tent, and I paid itself off with how much flower it's grown.
All right. Well, Nick, thanks for the call, buddy. Good luck with your fiance eventually leaving you because she smells like pot all the time. Nick, thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day.
I wonder how many people are going to start this and realize they're really bad at gardening.
Oh, yeah.
Like, because you do have, you have to take care of it.
Yeah, you
There's
have
a
to pay
process.
attention.
You can't just, plant the seed and it pops up.
Is it that hard to grow?
Well, you got to pay attention.
So the person
You
that
gotta
I
water
know.
it.
Okay, you have no experience. Kimmy knows everybody.
Yeah.
But you got to
I
prune
know-
it. It's like any other garden thing.
You got to know a little bit about what you're doing, yeah.
Okay.
You can't just ignore it.
And I'm guessing there's a time you have to know exactly when to harvest that before it goes bust
Right.
on you.
How would you know when it smells? Oh,
When
it smells
it's-
bad. Oh, is that good or bad? Is it really good stuff or do we go too long?
It starts to smell like cheese.
All right, look. Everybody on hold. I know we have a ton of people waiting. I'm sorry.
Sure we do.
We don't have time because every time we take a call from someone that smokes pot, we're on the phone for 7 minutes.
Yes.
It's like a dead solo. So we're going to move on. Thank you, though. Well, hell, Tommy, there are people that would love to grow marijuana in their yards at home.
Yeah.
Except they can't afford a home.
Oh, it's tough right now.
It's been a massive problem. And there's been a whole bunch of speculation as to why homes are expensive as they are and why people of a certain age can't afford them. Lazy, non-hardworking people.
Yeah,
right?
punk ass.
Yeah. You know, when I was your age, I owned a house. It turns out,
Yeah.
based on some new information, the very folks that have been criticizing the younger set for being lazy and not saving enough to buy a house are actually the very reason why they can't buy a house.
So they're the problem.
Wait till you hear this number I'm about to tell you.
I can't wait.
And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Sometimes things are not as they seem.
What happened?
Well, for example, Tommy, there's been this idea that folks in their 20s and 30s are lazy, unmotivated,
Slack ass.
and that's why they can't afford to buy a home.
Yeah, because you're dragging.
Yeah, but some new information we have might blow that idea out of the water. Because the same people that are saying these things about these kids not buying homes are the reason these kids can't buy homes.
But who are these people?
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7:45 this morning, it turns out when you charge people for the product you have, you make more money.
Oh, is that how that works? Like a profit?
Well, no, but there are lots of people that when this company made this change called this show and go, done, they're going to go bankrupt, done. We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Are you ready for the most shocking number you will hear this week, Tommy?
Shock my ass.
All right, in 1980, the average age of a second-time home buyer, a person buying their second house, was 35 years old.
The second home.
Yep. So they got their starter house, they lived there for a couple of years, and they were now moving into their forever home.
Because they probably married young.
Yes.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, that was the way
Out
in
of high
1980.
school, college, type of thing.
You got it. Now let's flash forward to 2024. Can you guess what the average age of a second-time home buyer is today?
I'm going to say 50.
Okay. Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
I already know the answer. so
Okay.
again.
The average age of a second-time home buyer in America right now is 58 years old.
So that means you're going into basically you're downsizing.
Yes.
That's what my assumption would be,
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Because you wouldn't upsize at that age.
That age in 30 years, 40 years has exploded by 20 years. Do you know what this means, Tommy?
Well, it means they're selling their house and buying a smaller place.
Yes, but it also means folks that are buying homes are never moving out of them.
But they're also gobbling up starter homes.
You got it.
Because they're smaller homes.
Or
family homes.
Or
yeah.
they're moving into like those 50-plus
Condo,
communities.
yeah,
Things
yeah.
like that. Okay. And with that, this new information, according to real estate experts, is the biggest reason why we have all these home buying struggles.
So they're not leaving.
Yes, they're not putting their houses on the market, which people in 1980 were doing, which allowed first-time home buyers to buy starter homes. The homes that they are buying, they are living in from 25, 30, all the way until they're 58 years old.
Yeah.
Even more interesting.
What's that?
Tommy, the average age of a first-time home buyer in 1980 was 30. Today, it's 35. So the average American is buying their first home at the same age today that their parents were buying their second.
Yeah.
And folks bitching and moaning about these kids not having enough money and being too lazy to get a house are the exact reason why these kids don't have a house.
All right.
Right? So here's the thing. There are legitimate reasons why folks are holding on to their homes longer, Tommy.
Okay.
Super low interest rates from back in the day.
Right.
You don't want to give those up. There's also a ton of people who got amazing deal on houses during the housing crash of 08.
Oh, yeah.
You bought it when it was going into or when it was in foreclosure.
Yeah, you scooped them up.
Yes, and you're sitting on a gold mine. You will never find a house deal like that for the rest of your life, and you want to die in that house. And the fact is, even for the folks sitting on these really nice homes, if you've paid the whole thing off, selling it to move somewhere else is probably going to be a downgrade, right? Because the money you're getting from that house, even if it's paid off, may buy you less house. There's no incentive to sell.
Yeah.
But it creates a problem without a solution, Tommy.
Yeah, because the only way you're getting to that house is when they check out.
Exactly.
And I don't mean that just like going into nursing homes or anything, or and then the family assumes it or something, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm just thinking like when my husband and I were looking at homes, like you could tell a lot of the homes we looked at, it wasn't people in like their 50s, 60s selling it. It was people in like their 70s, 80s.
It was that old.
Yeah, like you could just tell by the decor and like, you know,
they've been there
photos
forever.
around. Like they that's a house that they've held on to forever.
Okay, that's a great question. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. For the folks that are still trying to find a house right now, and I know how frustrating it's been for all you people. I mean, we watched Kimmy go through it even before the market exploded the way that it did. Are you seeing nothing but old people stuff when you are walking through these homes?
I mean,
You got to.
Yeah.
And like, I wonder what the youngest person listening right now who sold their home is recently. Like, is there anybody that has sold their home recently in their 30s or 40s?
Doesn't sound like it.
Well,
Where are they
I
going?
don't know. I mean, we bought our house. We ended up buying our current home from a guy who was in his 30s.
Okay.
But he had also bought that house before, like you said, but way before everything got nuts. So I don't know how common that is, but I think that there are people out there that got on the train early.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. New information shows that in 1980, the average second-time home buyer, someone buying their second home, was 35 years old. Today, the average second home buyer is 58 years old. People are buying houses, they're staying in them forever, and that is keeping people from being able to buy starter homes, which means there's no place for them to live. So, Tommy, when it comes to the problem without a solution, there are no affordable homes because people won't sell. There are homes that are being built, but way too often, they're too expensive for first-time home buyers.
So that's where my head went. So, like when I was a kid, the big thing was like people that lived in these towns that were called Levittown.
Okay.
And that was a developer that went out on Long Island and on the outskirts of like Philadelphia and built really cheap, affordable first-time homes. They were like they all looked the same. They were just rows and rows and rows of houses, and they still exist, obviously.
Sure.
But those were like GI guys that came out of World War II and all that stuff. But that was affordable housing. It seems like now is like the perfect time for one of these developers to do that.
They don't have to because home prices are so expensive. They can build these bigger houses, and people are like, ooh, house, don't care what it costs, I'll take it.
But there's a market for that lower-end home buyer, too. Like, you could do that and this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
look, that makes
you could get their money, too.
That's the solution. It makes perfect sense. But if I have X amount of time to build a development, do I want to make this much money for affordable homes, or do I want to make this much money for homes that people are going to buy?
But they could slap up those we used to call them Cracker Jack houses.
Sure, yeah.
And Florida was full of them.
Well, bro, I mean, if you drive through Gates, if you drive through Irondequoit, that's what you're describing.
Right. And that's what got working people into homes.
Yes.
Like your mom and dad.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, the house you're describing is the house that I grew up in. 3-bedroom house, tiny little place, right? One bathroom.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it served its purpose.
It did.
It gets you through it. It gets you started.
But then again, we talk about this. My dad and my mom were also those people that they were going to die in that house if the bank didn't come and take it away. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, your mom was going to die in that house. Your dad at another place.
What makes it even more frustrating, the problem without a solution, rent has gotten so expensive.
Too damn high, I hear.
It's keeping people in their 20s and 30s from being able to save money they would need to buy a house.
So you're locked in. You're trapped.
You got it. So the question becomes, what the hell changes where people that need homes can get homes? Because either older folks are going to have to sell sooner, and that's not going to happen.
No.
These new homes would have to get more affordable, and that's definitely not going to happen when there's money to be made. Or the rent needs to come down, and that's the least likely of those three to happen, right? It is a problem with zero solution.
Well, there is a solution. It's kind of a morbid one, but like people like my brothers who are now in their 70s, when they check out, those homes are going to go in the market.
How much is your brother's home worth?
Probably millions. But
Kimmy's out.
Well,
okay,
but
I'm saying people I'm using my brothers as an example. They're wealthy men, but there's like regular people in these neighborhoods, like in Henrietta and in Webster, that have been in these houses for 40 years that are going to check out, and those houses are going to go in the market. But that
they
payoff
might, or
not
they
happen
get
for
left
10
to a
years.
family member.
Well, yeah, but they're going to unload them.
No,
Maybe.
Kimmy's
I know
right.
people that have moved. I know younger couples that are moving into older family members' homes once that family member, moves on to like a retirement home or something like that.
Well, then you're screwed. I mean, that was my solution.
I mean, like,
Tommy's solution. Why don't you just die?
Die, you old
I guess,
bastards.
like, to your point, if there's nobody that wants to take care of it or wants to deal with it, sure, they'll put it on the market.
But I mean, that's the only other solution I can think of. You're not going to build affordable housing.
Sure. No, you're right. And look, it just takes one, and maybe you're right. Maybe there is somebody out there that looks at this problem and goes, I can build affordable homes and I can make myself a gajillionaire, and that's what solves all this stuff.
Good luck moving into that fire trap.
See, but for God's sakes,
Well, that's going to be. But that's the other problem is you're going to move into a place that's going to be built on the cheap, and you could be in, Tornado Bait Alley.
Well, the other problem is nobody wants, quote, affordable housing in their neighborhood, right? Like if somebody goes...
Because it has a connotation of, problems.
Which is funny because that could be your kid. Your kid needs that affordable housing, but
your kid's going to be running up and down the street with his mullet on his dirt bike, flipping me off, throwing firecrackers at my cat.
You smell all that weed coming from his yard, throwing firecrackers at my cat.
Every kid's going to look like that quarterback for Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence.
252 WCMF. All right, you folks will be on hold again. In 1980, the average second-time home buyer, person buying their second home, was 35 years old. Today, The average second-time home buyer is 58,
Yeah, it's amazing.
meaning people are buying a house, holding on to it forever, and real estate experts are saying this is the biggest problem as to why homes are so expensive and they're so hard to come by. Nobody is moving out of their houses. And the irony being, those folks in their 50s and 60s that have been yelling for years, these kids are lazy, they don't know how to save for a house, they're the reasons they can't get houses. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good, man. What do you got?
We moved into our house in 2016. Our neighborhood was built in 92.
Okay.
And that's exactly what we're seeing is people aren't moving out because where are you going to go? You want to downsize,
Florida.
but you
Go to
can't because
Florida.
that smaller house is the same as what you paid for your 4-bedroom house. So these older people are staying in these big houses because, I mean, you're not going to get anything cheaper.
So what's the solution then, Mike?
I don't really think there is one. Like you said, people are going to stay. You got to die, you know. Like, where are you going to go? Like I said, you can't go anywhere. The smaller houses that people used to move into when they got older are just as expensive as the bigger houses were when they bought 30 years ago.
It is insane, man. And you keep thinking, you know, we are the dumbest people on the planet, Tommy and I, because 4 years ago, we sat in this room when Kimmy was looking for a house, and we go, Kimmy, just wait.
Yeah,
markets well, that was everybody's solution.
Yeah,
wait for the dip.
They said.
Yeah, and we said that, and in that time, the average home price in Rochester has legitimately doubled.
Yeah, give it a year or two.
Mine has doubled since I bought it. That's good if I
You're
want
rich.
to sell, but the only way I sell is if I move south.
Yeah, I hear you. Well,
You know, you can't afford to stay here.
well, Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All right. Appreciate your time. Have a good day.
Thanks, Mike. There goes Mike. Mike can't catch a break.
He can't.
He's got his own house.
Got to go south, man.
Stupid Mike. There are a couple of good things coming from this because you got to find the sunshine in the darkness sometimes, right? It is creating new business ventures and reigniting older ones because your solution, Tommy, was affordable housing.
Yeah.
It's coming, but not in the traditional way.
Like the old track houses.
Yeah. So shipping container and tiny homes have become very popular for millennials.
So that means they take an old, like you see on a boat,
Yep, shipping
and
container.
they turn it into a house.
Yep,
Yeah,
they buy cheap
tiny
land. Yep, and they get prefab home plans, and they go to work on these shipping containers. And it's become so popular. Kimmy can back me up on this. You can go to Etsy. You're familiar with Etsy.
Etsy.
It's like a craft website.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can buy like shirts,
Small
and
business
candles.
people, yeah.
But on Etsy, there are people that will sell you blueprints to build homes out of shipping containers.
But that sounds like shantytown. Like it's going to look like a very ugly neighborhood.
Some of these shipping container homes, you would have no idea.
I understand that, but like, what's that going to look like in 10 years?
It's a good question.
You know, if you
Does
live
it
there
hold up,
and
you're saying?
you're living in Container Town,
Okay,
and
well,
you got Container Kid up and down the street on his mini bike with his goddamn moped throwing fireworks at my cat because you live in Trevor Town.
So I've seen on social media.
Go Jags.
And this just isn't like a 20s, 30s kind of thing. I've seen people buying like big plots of land with groups of people and building tiny homes together
Yeah,
on
but
that
that
plot
shows
of
up in
land.
the news like 10 years from now with all the dead bodies.
no, she's right.
That
No, I
sounds like
think it's-
religious
It's
I think it's
cult.
a
been
common
happening.
thing.
Communes, people have been building
Yeah.
their friend
That-
communes.
Yeah.
That creeps me out.
Well, and it's also got, look, there's no way you can live next to all of your friends.
Yeah,
It's
you're
not
going to
gonna
figure
work
out really quick who you don't want to be friends with anymore.
Jim Jones.
But you're living, Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
You don't know who
Yes,
Jim
the
Jones.
cult I've watched many cult documentaries.
You're right, I forgot you're a weirdo. Also, we're seeing the return of what they're calling the classy trailer park.
Okay, so
Similar to what we're talking about.
I've known there's some places in Florida, they are legit trailer parks that look amazing, that have golf courses and marinas.
Yep.
And they're like fully landscaped, and they're like you wouldn't
Just
even
small homes.
know
Yeah.
they're trailer parks, but those things are not cheap.
Okay, so it's cheaper than buying a house.
Yes.
And what you're talking about are like people that are downsizing, older folks. There have been trailer parks that are opening up, and they have
High
like
end.
yeah, like a 1950s feel to it, almost like a Windstream kind of thing, but
Okay,
bigger.
well then you can't move in. That's the first time you're going to encounter. Not here, son.
And it's a lot of young people that are moving in and making these
But they look like
communities their own.
50s style?
Well, yeah, it's like think back to like Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that
yeah,
kind
like
of
throwback.
style.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, that'd be cool.
Well, yeah, it's cool. I mean, I guess it just you don't have.
But you're not going to want to. I guess the problem with those houses is you're not going to want to be in them forever. You know, you're going to want to move on.
Sure.
and because you're going to outgrow your container.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
But
also
it's the same
But it
thing
gets you
as
in the
an
door.
apartment, right?
and you're at least you're putting money into something that isn't just being lit on fire like rent.
But I don't know either. Like, does that increase in value because it's a container house?
Yeah, it's a good question.
You know, because like trailers notoriously, mobile homes, stuff like that, don't hold their value.
Sure, yeah.
It gets you in the door, but that's it. You're not building up equity.
Well, but then again, that was back in the day. Who knows now with how expensive everything is?
You want to hear something sad?
Yes.
My niece, who born and raised in Bama, her and her third husband used to sell used mobile homes on a lot. Not mobile homes like, I'm talking about the ones you live in.
Yeah. I mean, look, people need places to live.
I know, but it's like one of the most crooked goddamn businesses.
For God's sakes, man.
Bro, come on.
Yeah, why doesn't somebody build affordable house? That's $1 million idea. My niece did this, and it was the crooked business.
Come on down, Alabama's crooked rebels. Try the General Lee. She's a double wide.
If you see my cat missing one foot because that damn kid throwing firecrackers at it. Everybody, hold on. I'd love to talk to you. I'm sorry. We got to move on. It turns out when you charge for the product your business offers,
Right.
you make money.
Well, that's how you do.
And tell me, how people thought this was going to backfire on them
Oh, really?
is the stupidest. Bro, they called us. They told us we were stupid.
So people thought they were going to get this for nothing?
People were getting it for nothing. And they
Oh.
thought when this company decided to start charging them for it, that would cause them to go out of business. And quite the opposite happened.
Really?
We'll get into it next in the break room. On CMF. All right, so here's the best business plan we can come up with.
What's that?
Are you ready?
Yep.
If you have a product that people want,
Yeah, what do I do?
you need to charge them for it.
Oh.
Because when you charge them for it, you make money.
Okay.
And I know that sounds really simple, but a lot of people, including folks that called this show 3 months ago and called us idiots, believed that when this company started charging everyone for using their product, it was going to ruin them.
Gonna tank them.
Yeah. Turns out they were wrong.
Right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Are we gonna get our hate on?
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. A woman who says you're a terrible parent if you don't trust your kid in every single thing they do. And it comes off of a remarkable yet terrifying 11-year-old boy from our area. We'll get to it just after 8 here in the break room on CMF. So 3 months ago, Netflix decided to cut way back on the amount of people they were allowing to share passwords for their service.
Yeah, they start cracking.
You got
Cutting
it.
you off.
It was estimated, despite Netflix being the most popular streaming service on the planet, that more people were watching it for free than were actually paying for it.
Because you have multiple people on one account.
You got it. You got it. So they put in these new rules, and everyone that has Netflix has become a victim of this the last couple of months. But when they did it, people freaked out. They estimated that now charging people for accounts would cause everyone to cancel their accounts and it would bankrupt Netflix. And when we laughed at that idea, people called the show and yelled at us and said we were stupid.
I'm out.
Well, in just the last 3 months, Netflix has picked up 13.1 million new subscribers.
So those people got kicked off of plans and then signed up for their own plan.
Yep.
I'm
They
guessing.
couldn't
You would
stay
think so.
away.
Exactly. So now Netflix has 260.8 million paying customers worldwide, which is an all-time record for any streaming service that's ever existed. It is so many customers.
How many is that, Patrick?
Apple TV, which is a very popular streaming service, they have 15 million subscribers total. Total.
Compared to
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. 25 million subscribers total.
compared to
260.
Oh.
But in just the last 3 months, Netflix just gained more than half of the subscribers Apple TV has, period.
Yeah.
Just by deciding to charge everyone that used their product.
But it makes sense because, like, I watch Netflix at least 4 times a week.
Yeah, but you're also a freak when it comes to your streaming services.
I love them.
I know.
It's because they constantly put out new stuff that's great.
Like,
But I don't even think you have to be that addicted to it. If you just latch on to one or two shows on Netflix and it gets cut off, I think people are just, I gotta, now I need it.
No, you're right.
You know what I mean? You don't even have to be somebody that watches it all the time. It only takes one show to hook you.
And coinciding with Netflix charging people for the accounts, they put out 2 monster shows. One that you guys are obsessed with, The Crown.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
The royal family drama.
They just wrapped up.
And then a new movie, The Killer, which apparently people are all
Oh, I
over.
gotta check that out.
Yeah.
So I even like my list. I started banking it. Like that thing goes on for like a mile. Like I think there's probably some like Bob Hope special back there.
Okay, you know when they pull things off of Netflix, it disappears from that, right?
But so far they hang pretty good.
You would know because you don't check it
Yeah.
every day. You just keep adding stuff to
I
it.
do.
When's the last time you went through all of it?
You couldn't.
It'd be impossible.
I'm
There's
telling
so
you,
much
man.
Stuff.
I'm gonna see. It's like I'm like a kid.
There was one time where I started watching something that I already watched.
Oh, I've done that.
And I realized, no, I've seen this. I've definitely seen this before.
I've done that.
So it seems, with this information we have in front of us, the death of Netflix was greatly exaggerated.
Yes.
And look, it makes sense. As expensive as these streaming services have gotten compared to what they were when they first started, it is still the best deal when you stand back and take a look at everything else. And Netflix, it does feel like has the best programming and the most stuff you can watch without commercials.
And they constantly put new stuff up.
Yeah. Because, okay, look, the commercials are really starting to piss me off on other streaming services. I pay for Amazon Prime. I pay for Hulu.
Yeah.
And you still make me watch commercials on half of the things I want to see.
And the worst part is they put a countdown on it.
Yeah.
Don't tell me.
Thank
Don't
you.
even tell me how
Peacock
long
does
I have.
that too.
Yeah, but like, what am I paying for if you're making me watch effing commercials, man?
But there are not as many commercials, I guess.
I don't care. I'm paying
Still
you.
there.
I'm
Still a
paying
break
you.
in whatever I've been viewing.
You're making double money. I'm subscribing and you're getting
I know.
advertising money. Here's the thing. Like if I want to watch football on Peacock or hockey or whatever, I have to watch the commercials on that because it's a broadcast, which I'm fine with.
Yeah, it's live.
Just commercials. How are they going to mix in stuff you have to pay for also with stuff that's free?
But maybe that's why some of these services might be cheaper. Because like Peacock's fairly cheap compared to like what you pay for Netflix.
Hulu and Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Well, Amazon Prime's built into your Amazon account, though, right?
Yeah,
So you're
true.
paying for
You'd probably
everything.
have it anyways.
Okay.
So it's $16, but I also use it to do everything else.
Here's what pissed me off about Amazon. Here's what pissed me off about Amazon Prime. I get on there, and it's like, ooh, I like this movie. I would like to watch it. You click on it, and it's like $5.
Not
Yeah.
always free.
Well, no. Why even put that up there? I'm not going to give you more money, you dick.
But I might do that because I'm going to go, well, that's what I spend more than that if I went to a movie theater.
No,
like
but-
that. Like I've been waiting for that Oppenheimer to come out.
Okay.
And I saw it now that it's coming out soon. But I don't know if they're going to whack me for it or not.
I guess if you're like planning on seeing a movie, that makes
Yeah.
sense. I'm talking about I'm just going through stuff, and I'm
Yeah.
like, ooh.
Oh, that looks interesting.
And then,
Amazon does have some of those.
Screw you, man. Screw you. And you know what I'm not going to do? Cancel it because I'm a puss.
No,
I'm
of
just
course
gonna
not.
Bitch and moan and
Yep.
keep doing it and getting mad. Because it sucks.
But this is the future, man. We're all going to have all these services. Like, I know eventually I'm going to have every one of them.
You kind
because-
of do.
Yeah, what don't you
I
have?
don't have Disney Plus
All
and
right.
I don't have Paramount.
Yeah, but when Paramount, is that like Paramount?
No, I didn't want the expensive one.
No, you want the Paramount.
Oh, excuse me,
Well, I
grammar
get
cop.
you don't need
You
Disney
get
Plus.
the
Maybe-
Dumont network too?
I'll sell one of my swords.
One word. That's all you got. You got one word on
So
it.
I got one word.
Every word you say, it pains you to come out of your mouth.
No, but like I just feel like there's going to be a Bills game or something. You're going to have to pay for. I'll get that. I have a grandchild, so I know Disney Plus is coming because that's going to be a thing.
Yeah. Even with my teenagers, like my youngest has gotten into Indiana Jones for some reason.
Like the old ones?
Yeah, like all of them. I don't know why.
What
I
an
don't-
adventure. It's
Okay,
fun.
but I don't know if I should
They
be
have
like
new movies. So
how many
maybe-
11-year-old girls do you
Yeah.
know that's like I want to watch Indiana Jones? Like I'm slow playing this one
Okay.
because I don't want
figure
her.
out where this goes?
Yeah, like I obviously don't want to like stifle whatever she's into, right? Like I'll watch it with you, but like I don't. Okay,
Yeah, the old ones are super effing violent.
bro, like I have to sit there and like cover her eyes.
I mean,
We
there's some
watched-
rough stuff, and I forgot how bad it was back then.
So not Raiders of the Lost Ark. What's the one where they pull that guy's heart out of his chest?
Oh, yeah.
We watched that one the other day, and I forgot how horrifying.
Like the original one was bad.
all of it. The only
Do
one
they
that,
make the new ones more kid friendly?
I haven't watched those yet because I heard they suck. But the only one that isn't like completely terrifying is the one where it's got Nazis in every effing scene.
Yeah.
Right? The Last Crusade.
So what service has all those?
Disney Plus, because they
Yeah.
have
Oh.
all of those. Like
They have
Disney
a
owns a
lot.
ton of
Yeah.
catalogs. So even if you got Disney Plus, you would probably enjoy that too because it's got a
Yeah.
bunch of movies from the 70s and 80s
Love that.
you love. Mm-hmm. And The Simpsons.
Yeah, well, look at that.
All right, so the bottom line is this.
We're broke.
Everyone decided to pay for Netflix, and if a company has a product, they're probably going to charge you for it. And I guess that's how capitalism works, so you can't be that mad.
And then they're going to slowly turn the heat up on the prices.
Yes, they are. All right, let's take a break. 2 week ago, we told you about a remarkable 11-year-old boy that lives in our area.
God, yeah.
And he is doing something that you would never expect a kid his age to
Yeah.
do. And there is no way that you, me, or Kimmy would participate in this thing with him because we were shocked that a kid this age is even allowed to go in one of these things and control it. Even his mother, who we
Yep.
will play you some audio of, said at the beginning it's something that made her very nervous. But it turns out we're wrong, Tommy.
Yeah.
At least according to a woman who wrote us a letter, because if you don't trust your kid to do absolutely everything, bless you, at every single age,
Yeah.
you have been a bad parent.
Oh.
And we'll get into it. Hate Mail of the Week next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, they say ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, you dummies.
And it has to be ignorance, giving this woman the bliss she has about teenage kids.
Mm-hmm.
You love them, and you raise them to be responsible human beings. But you are insane if you think during the tween to teenage years they are responsible enough to do most things on their own, especially when someone else's life is at stake. But that did not keep this lady from coming after us for having what we thought was a reasonable take on an amazing little guy that lives in Rochester. You hanging out in the break room? Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago, we told you the story of Alec. He's 11 years old. He's from right here. And he's a pilot.
Skyboy.
Yeah, well, he wants to be a pilot.
Yeah.
Alec is taking flying lessons.
Like legit.
Yes. In a plane. Flying a plane.
Not a simulator.
Nope. It's a plane, which we found interesting because who knew an 11-year-old is allowed to pilot a plane?
Yes.
So the kid loves planes. He loves flying. His parents got him a flying lesson as a gift for his birthday this year, and he's been doing his thing.
He's got the bug.
So, Tommy, when we told this story on the air the first time, the three of us were terrified by this idea.
I couldn't imagine. Like, he could even, reach the controls.
He's like in 5th, 6th grade.
Yeah.
And even his mother, who actually called us when she heard us talking about her little baby boy, said she wasn't totally confident the first time he took the controls.
I don't think I've ever seen a child so confident in doing something that I don't like small planes. It wasn't Alec. I was actually totally fine being in the plane with my son.
Actually, she said the opposite. She said it before, and then she said that she was nervous. The bottom line is this. The discussion we had around this story was, what age do you trust your kid to do things that could go very poorly if they go wrong? One woman found that conversation very offensive. So much so, she wrote us a letter. Because if you don't trust your child to do everything they want to try, it's not a kid being disappointing, Tommy. That's all on mom and dad.
So she's for, free-range child.
Well, sit back and listen.
All right.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired. Sit back and enjoy today's Lady Hate Mail of the Week.
I'm listening to your talk about kids and flying planes and what they should and shouldn't be allowed to do. And frankly, I'm disgusted by what I'm hearing. This child should be celebrated, not questioned. But furthermore, if you're nervous about your child doing anything that you believe could hurt someone, that's not a comment on their responsibility. It's a comment on your parenting. No matter their age, if you've raised them the right way, your children are safe and responsible at all times. If they're not, or you question they're not, it's because you're a bad parent. You didn't nurture their talents enough. You didn't make the punishments or threat of punishments enough. You didn't communicate with them where they could understand. I heard one of you talk about the fear of parents teaching kids to drive. I never had that with my kids because I knew I did a good enough job raising them. Stop blaming your kids for your own shortcomings and stop holding them back because you can't handle their dreams. Sincerely, Michelle.
You only think your kid can't handle certain things because you
Didn't set him up for success.
You're a bad parent.
Yeah.
Let him go, man.
Does Michelle have a point? 252 WCMF. Her argument being, if you raise them right, if you show them the right path, if you kept the line of communication open, they would be able to fully comprehend as a teenager how dangerous and scary the situations can get.
I knew really, really responsible kids, good grades, did everything right, that were bad drivers.
Okay.
I mean, that kind of skill doesn't necessarily come with, the way you were raised, right? And I feel like that's kind of what she's saying. She's like, your kid's going to be good at anything that they try if you raised them right, which isn't necessarily true.
No, that's exactly what she's saying.
But that's impossible.
Right.
Nobody can be good at everything they try. You're just going to have the talent or the skills or the aptitude to do certain things. And I can't explain to you, what it's like to fly a plane, kid. You're going to know more than me once you get in that plane. But that doesn't mean either of us are qualified to be in that plane.
Well, but eventually the kid will get qualified. Her argument is...
Or it could go horribly wrong.
Okay. All right. So you don't believe, neither of you believe, a teenage mind can wrap their head around danger?
Oh, I think that they can.
To an extent, but the teenage mind is still not a developed brain yet. We shouldn't be allowed to do anything till we're 30. We shouldn't be touching each other, looking at each other, nothing. 35, you get started.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This woman, Michelle, is an idiot.
She's a very dumb woman.
I mean that respectfully, of
I
course.
understand.
Okay, it is, Tommy, it's astonishing the confidence some parents have in how they've raised their kids. That this woman and other parents like her, because she's not the only one that has this take, think they did such a good job that their kid would never make a poor decision or overreact in a situation that got scary. Can you explain to me how an adult could have blinders on like that?
You're just a diaper sniffer to just think your kid could do no wrong.
Well,
like,
no, but
you know what I mean? It would have to be somebody like that.
But there's a difference. No, because there are people that will say my kid is unbelievably amazing. Unbelievably amazing. That's a diaper sniffer, right? My kid is smart and da-da-da. The woman's not saying this. This woman is saying, I did things to make my kid
an amazing child.
That's what she's saying. Right? Like, it was
But
my
you're not an
actions.
amazing person.
Well, I mean, she might be.
Well, you would have to be an amazing person to raise an amazing person, right?
Yeah.
You can't just be a regular schlub like the rest of us. I think you got a little Einstein over here. Right? You got to have a little Einstein in either you and your old man to make that Einstein child. To make a really bright kid.
Well, no, you don't. I mean, it's not necessary.
Do you think two idiots can make a smart person?
No, it has happened before.
Don't happen, bro.
It has happened before.
Not
That
everybody.
kid burns out.
Okay.
That kid's really good at cooking meth. I mean, I couldn't cook meth.
I
I'm
don't know
impressed.
where we're going anymore.
He doesn't either. He just started talking, and he hoped he would found an end by the time as the noise stopped coming out of his mouth. We're talking about the confidence, Kimmy, that parents have in how they raised their own kids. The idea, like you said before, that their kid would never make a poor decision or overreact in a situation because I was such a good mother, I was such a good father, I prepared them.
But even if your kid makes the right decision on things, like sometimes mistakes are out of your hands, right? I mean, sometimes your mistakes happen not based on a decision, but again, just, based on something out of your control. So I don't think you can be totally confident as a parent that a mistake won't happen.
But even with that, I don't even think that exists, that only a mistake would be a problem and the kid would handle it perfectly. Look, to your point, Tommy, we're dealing with the minds of children here. 8, 10, 13, 17, whatever. Their minds don't have the ability to comprehend danger the way that we do. They have no semblance of danger, and that's why they do the dangerous things they do.
They're still growing.
It's why we all did it. Like, if you don't know fire is hot, you're touching fire.
Yeah.
And if you don't hopefully learn lessons as a kid where things get scary and you make it out, you don't have the ability to comprehend this thing that we call life that can be changed drastically and come to an end.
All
right? Like, saying your kid makes you nervous, out alone for the first time, driving a car for the first time, whatever, that's not an indictment on them as a person. That's not an indictment on you as a parent. It's part of life.
Yeah.
Because, like, think about it, man. You don't know how bad things can get until those things get bad.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
And this is, the other thing is, to me, it's unnecessary. The kid doesn't need to learn how to fly right now. That's not important. I mean, he could learn to fly when he's 18.
Well,
I mean, I'm pretty sure JetBlue's not looking for hotshot 16-year-olds to get me down to Miami in 2 hours.
I would be super impressed with a kid at that age that really knew what's their passion, where their passion was, right?
Like, but they don't need to be in the cockpit up 2,000 feet in the air doing this.
Okay, look,
at 11.
Okay, I think the 11-year-old pilot story is different than what this woman writes us a letter about. Because in the defense of the 11-year-old pilot here in Rochester, he's up there with somebody else. He's not flying the plane on his own. To Kimmy's point, he has a passion. You want to stoke that passion. Like, give him all the information he can get.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do your thing. You're right. It's not necessary, but I don't look at it as dangerous.
I do.
Somebody else is in there.
I understand. Still a plane up in the air with just two people.
Okay.
Let's say you're up there.
I didn't hear you voicing these concerns when this kid's mother called in. It's
I
really
don't
weird.
want to be a dick to the woman.
Well, I'm just going to be a dick now when she's not listening.
Which she might actually be listening because it turns out she listened to the show because she called when we were talking about her son. What you were saying.
No, but I mean, things could go wrong up there just because there's an expert in the plane.
Okay.
And it's my point is it's unnecessary. He doesn't need to be in a plane. You don't need to be doing this stuff. Get him a flight simulator. Let him play pilot.
Okay, when I read this woman's letter, I hear her more talking about letting your kids go drive alone for the first time, letting your kid go out all night for the first time.
Which is super dangerous,
and that's what I'm saying. But she says she felt no hesitation. She wasn't worried.
She got lucky. She got lucky.
I agree with you.
You know, just because the dice rolled the right way doesn't make you an expert at dice.
Man.
I also think, if to her point, like sometimes if you really set up your kid to be aware of those dangers and be super cautious and make the right decisions, sometimes that could hold a kid back from experiencing some of those things because they may be afraid of it.
Yeah.
And I guess you don't really want that either. So there's a delicate balance there.
Phone number is 252-WCMF. I mean, that's a point there. We're talking hate mail of the week, woman named Michelle. Long story short, coming off of this 11-year-old pilot that lives here in Rochester, this woman says that if you don't trust your kids to do absolutely everything they want to do with no hesitation, you're a bad parent. You didn't prepare them well enough, and if you were a good parent and prepared them, they would know the pits and the perils and the downfalls. They would know the dangers because you explained it to them.
Yeah.
You communicated in the right way. And going even further here, what this woman is arguing, Tommy, makes her a bad parent. If you totally trust your kid, there are a couple of things that are going to eventually happen. One, they won't fully understand the gravity of the situations they're walking into, right? Whether you believe it or not, our kids take cues from us about what they're supposed to do in certain spots. They see how we as adults react to things. They see how nervous we get about things. It's why, as a mother or a father, you have to put on a brave face in some places so your kids don't freak out. And if they don't pick up on that potential danger, they're not going to be as cautious as they should be, which puts them in danger. But the most basic reason totally trusting your kid makes you a bad parent, your kid is going to make a mistake.
Yeah.
We all did. Doesn't make them a bad kid. Doesn't mean they're destined for a life of crime or an eternity of being a moron. Those little mistakes teach us how to be an adult.
Yeah.
And your kid's going to push the envelope of freedom. So for a mother or father to totally close their eyes to how far a kid is willing to push something means you are going to be standing there with egg on your face at some point. And that is the best case scenario.
Yeah.
That's the best case scenario.
Yeah, just being embarrassed.
Yes. Never, ever trust your kid fully.
No.
Ever. How could you trust your kid fully in anything?
Because you wouldn't trust any adult fully.
Yeah, that makes you a sucker.
Right.
Sucker.
Even the people you love, you can't trust them fully to make every right decision.
Yeah. There needs to be Cold War policy with this stuff.
Yes. Checks and balances. Trust but verify.
Thank you. Stand there in your black suit with your red tie and the flag flapping in the distance and make sure that kid's not running you around because that kid's going to run you around, man. I mean, Kimmy, you were a good kid. I still wouldn't trust you to do anything. Like
yeah, but that's what I mean. Like when you're a kid, there are going to be things that you're unprepared for. No matter how responsible you are, no matter, how good of a kid I guess you are, you're still going to be faced with decisions and peer pressure and a whole bunch of other factors that you learn from. But I think learning from it's important too. Because to your point, if you're never faced with any of those things, you become an adult that makes bad decisions.
Well, no, something you brought up, I think parents forget how powerful it is. Peer pressure.
Yeah.
You want to believe your kid is strong and independent. No, I mean, look,
even if your kid has a bunch of friends that you think are really good influences, eventually they're going to get into some type of trouble or push the limits a little bit.
And to all you parents listening, because I'm getting Facebook messages saying my kids never got into trouble, I trusted them. They didn't get into trouble you found out about.
That's true.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Austin. Hey, Austin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, bud. I hate to agree with Benjamin Button over there, but things can go wrong up there in the cockpit.
No, I know they can go. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Austin.
My hometown airline, there was a pilot riding bitch a couple months ago who was on shrooms. He decided to turn off the engines mid-flight, 20,000 feet up in the air.
Okay, you're talking about, hold on. You're talking about an Alaskan Airlines commercial flight versus an 11-year-old taking pilot lessons with his mom in the back seat and the pilot showing him what to do.
That was an adult decision.
Yeah. So my point is, the lady that wrote this letter is totally wrong because that guy probably was raised right, like that lady raised her.
Oh, the lady. Okay, I'm not following you at all, Austin. By the way, how do you know a guy that's doing shrooms in a cockpit and tried to turn off the engine mid-flight was raised right?
He somehow had enough money to get all these pilot lessons, so he had to save money somehow.
He went to Sky School.
Could have been selling
Shroom Sky School.
Or selling weed out of his basement like the caller earlier.
All right, well, Austin.
Thanks for listening, man.
Yeah, well, that's why he talks like this. He's been listening all morning. Austin, thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That dude does shrooms.
Yeah.
And a lot of them.
I hope.
All right.
Trying to tie in a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, I'm afraid to take any more calls, so let's just take a break there.
All right.
Tommy,
Yeah.
are you happy?
Sure. I don't know. You're
No, remember
happy.
we found out yesterday he doesn't believe in happiness,
Quote,
which is a thing.
Quote, happiness is a myth.
Man. I mean, sometimes you're happy. Sometimes you're not. I mean, right at this moment, yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah,
I'm having a good time. I was laughing about kids flying planes into buildings.
Kimmy, are you happy?
I think generally, yes.
Oh, you're a happy person. Nice. For those of you who aren't happy, it turns out there's a way to get happy. At least you think there's a way to get happy.
Yeah.
And it all involves money.
Oh, okay.
Now
you could buy some happiness.
You can buy happiness. We now know what happiness costs. In fact, we know what happiness costs for people in our region.
Fantastic.
And I want to know, Tommy, how much you think happiness costs the average Western New Yorker.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. If you just had a little more money, life would be a lot easier.
Come on.
We've all had that thought.
Yeah, take the pressure off.
Well, it turns out there is a financial cost to our happiness, a number that we believe. If we had it coming in every year, we would be completely content and our lives would be simple. And it's hard to tell if this number we have in front of us is higher or lower than what we're all thinking right now.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, by the way, we got to say a big thank you to everybody.
Good having.
Well, you can watch the show live.
Watch us.
That's right, on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, on YouTube, and on Twitch. If you want to get us on YouTube or on Twitch, you can just search the break room WCMF. This morning, we crossed a milestone.
What?
We are now over 1,000 subscribers.
1,000 subscribers.
Like, what?
1,000 subscribers. Are now being underwhelmed.
We're over 1,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel, so
Wow.
thank you so much. The subscriptions help us a ton because it lets folks that don't work in Rochester know that we're popular.
Okay.
Even folks that work with us in Rochester sometimes are surprised that people listen to our show.
I'm surprised.
So, again, thank you so much. If you want to subscribe to our YouTube channel, again, you can watch the show all morning long. You can go back and watch the show after it's over. It's there in its entirety every single day. It's the Break Room WCMF. Just click subscribe and give us a break, man.
Yeah, come on, help us out.
What the hell? We do it for you. We would do it for you.
For the price of a click, you could feed 3 losers.
Tommy, if I were to ask you how much money the average person from Western New York had to make a year to be happy, the average annual salary that would make a Western New Yorker happy, what do you think that number would be?
It's like 2 figures came into mind, but I'm going to go with 100G.
Okay. Kimmy, how about you?
Yeah, I was going to say once you get in like the 6-figure range, that I would think like most people, like they're like, okay, I've hit that standard.
Okay, so this study was done by a company called S Money, and they broke it down by American city, Buffalo being the one that's the most close to us, right? For Western New York, the average person believes they need to make, you guys almost nailed it, $111,816 a year.
Jesus, they get right down to the penny. Huh?
Yes, they do. To be happy. And I guess the idea here is you could pay your bills and have enough left over to get things you want.
Yeah.
Right? So that was dead on.
Okay.
What was the other number you had in your head?
Well, then I figured people go crazy and they go like 1 million.
Yeah.
So that's what I thought too when I
like
clicked on this
jump
article.
way out there, yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting to see $1 million a year because Tommy, for whatever reason, we still equate rich and successful with being a millionaire.
Yes.
Right. So in that way, I guess $100,000 a year is reasonable.
But that's for Buffalo.
Yeah,
but like if you ask somebody in Los Angeles,
it was up near $186,000.
Oh, that's really that. I thought it would be way higher.
Nothing went over $200,000. Actually, nationally, Buffalo was higher than average. The average American said they needed $108,000 a year to be happy. So $100,000 a year for Western New York is reasonable. However, it is a long way off from the average person. So in Rochester, the average annual salary is $55,000 a year.
So you're coming up half.
Yes. The average person in Rochester, to be happy, according to what we think, would have to make double what they do now.
But I guess that's why you think that number will make you happy.
So is that what it is? People are just doubling the salary that they make?
That, and I think when you start a job, I guess depending on what you do, you're probably not starting anywhere close to that. So you would think like that would be a goal of yours would be to hit the 6-figure mark. So you think like when I hit that, I'll really have achieved a lot.
So here's what I want to know. And I know that people, they say there's 3 things you should never talk about: religion, politics, and money. I know people don't like talking about their salaries. There are people listening right now, like 4. that make 6 figures.
Oh, sure.
That make around the number we just said.
Yeah.
Are you happy? 252 WCMF.
I think once you get there, you're not happy.
Well, is that
it's the thought of being happy at that number?
Well, listen, we've been surprised by a couple of things we thought were definites in this room with studies the last couple of years. That people are willing to sacrifice money for jobs that make them happy.
Yes.
Right? That people are willing, they value time more than they value status now, right? So maybe, Kimmy, it's possible there are people making between $108,000 and $115,000 a year where they got there and they go, I'm happy. I'm a happy person.
I don't know. I just think you keep raising the bar.
Look, I agree with you, but I haven't gotten to this point, so I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
I'd like to find out.
I've heard rumors.
The other question we have to ask with this number in front of us.
What's that?
What makes us happy?
Happiness.
Yeah. Because where is that money going that makes you happy? I mean, your bills being paid with no struggle makes you happy, right? Stress is gone with that. But after the bills are paid, what are we doing with that money to make us happy?
So I would think, like, let's say you were a saver.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you bank some of that.
Yeah.
So you always had money in reserve, so you didn't have to worry about things. The hot water, this, that, and the other thing.
Okay.
Medical bills. I would think that would give you some satisfaction and comfort knowing you have a little of the pressure off you.
So the security
of having money saved from that might be something.
makes you happy.
Right.
Okay, but that's not most people, right? Like most people are happy doing and having things.
Having big, cool stuff.
So like if you take the money that's left over after you pay your bills, making $111,000, $816, a year.
You're heading down to the yacht store.
Is that a vacation a year? Can you afford a vacation a year on $111,000?
Depends how big your family is.
Average family, 2.5 kids.
Well, that half kid's got to stay home.
Maybe
Sorry, half kid.
He's got a half kid.
Hey, half boy, stay home.
Maybe it's not even actually taking the vacation. Maybe it's just knowing you can when you want.
Okay.
Maybe it's just the thought of like, I have that extra money to do something, whether it's a vacation or home improvement, something like just knowing you have that there to do that may bring happiness, whether or not you plan something.
Okay.
All those people that cruise ship had, they all look really happy.
Okay, so then Kimmy's
And they're
theory
physically fit and handsome.
Kimmy's theory is hope makes you happy.
I have hope.
Not-
Okay, hope does give you a lot.
So not the idea that I will go on the cruise, but the idea that I could if I wanted to.
It's on the horizon.
Yeah, it's there. If I want to go take the cruise, I can go do it. If I want to go to Florida, I can go do it.
You can start planning one.
Okay. Like how many times a month do you want to go out to eat? And how many times could you do that with $111,000?
Probably not as much as you think.
And that's what I'm getting at here. Like, how much money do you plan on spending on entertainment? Because even making six figures after a mortgage and a car payment and groceries, maybe one vacation on the books a year, that still doesn't leave a ton of money left over.
No.
You ain't putting an in-ground pool in your backyard.
No.
You know what I'm
To your
saying?
point, depending on how big your family is.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Study done in a bunch of American cities across the U.S., Buffalo being the one that resembles us the closest. In Buffalo, the average person believes they need to make $111,816 a year to be happy. I had asked people that make around this money, are you happy? Dave's on CMF. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
Not too bad. How you doing, Duffy?
Good. What do you got for us?
Well, you were asking. I don't actually make six figures, but the household income is more than that.
Okay.
And actually, my wife makes basically that. So we're not double that number, but we're close.
Okay.
And to what you were just discussing, mortgage gets paid. We got bills. We can go on vacation. We can pay the bills. We can go on vacation. My girl's college is paid for. So I mean, to answer the question, if you would ask me when I was 20, if what I'm making now is plenty, I would have thought I was rich.
Okay.
So I can pay my bills, and like you said, I can do. We go out to dinner at least once a week. All those things that happen, but we make a chunk more than the 111.
Oh, now it does say 111 per person, so household it might be 240 or 220. You know what I'm saying? So it says per person.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know.
Per
I'll be
person.
honest with you. I don't know how they broke this down. So Dave, I'll ask you this question.
He sounds happy.
Are you happy?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy. Half-ass. I got a half kid. He's in tech school. He ain't going nowhere.
Well, you said half tech school. Dave, you got kids? How many kids you got?
I got two kids. One's graduated out of college, and the other one's a sophomore.
Okay, all right. So you don't even have kids in the house anymore, and you're making that kind of money.
Correct.
God, I hate you.
And he can go out on date night when he wants.
Well, he goes out once a week.
Easily.
Yeah, buddy. You know what that means when he gets home.
Applebee's, then on the knees.
Oh, for God's sakes. How are they not running that commercial?
Because they can. 10 states.
I want my babies back, babies back, babies back. Dave, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Wasn't
day.
that Chili's?
Hey, look, I'm working with a man here. For God's sakes! For God's sakes!
You just correct him on restaurants.
Oh, excuse me. The sex song you did about the chain restaurant was the wrong chain. Well, actually...
Get off your knees.
For God's sakes, Kimmy. All right, so Dave is happy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because all his bases are covered, and he can live a little. And I think that's basically maybe that's what we think happiness is?
Which is funny because, like, if you look at like what's being like sold to us
Yeah.
and like the images and the people we see, and we were just talking about you guys in the commercial break, the reality shows that you guys love to watch.
Yeah.
The Bravo-verse, as they call it.
Yeah.
Real Housewives of this, Vanderpump that. Those people don't make six figures. Those people make millions of dollars.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And you
they're
see these luxury lives they
Mm-hmm.
live, right? It's enough to make you feel like a piece of crap making 111,000, 116,000.
That is true. Yeah, because they're rubbing it in your face.
Exactly. Doesn't make sense that would make us happy.
That's true.
But
That
it
is true.
does.
Yeah.
So then it brings up this question.
What's that?
Do we need less to be happy than we used to? Because a big time vacation a year was pretty standard middle class living in the 80s and 90s, right?
No.
Like if you grew up in the suburbs, everyone you knew would take a vacation a year.
Yeah.
It's the thing they did. Kimmy, you told us a few weeks ago that your mother, on a secretary's salary, bought a lakefront cabin in her 20s.
Yeah.
That happened.
Yep.
In the 1980s.
Yeah, before I think she bought it before she met my dad, so she did it by herself.
Well, yeah, if she knew if your dad was there, it wouldn't be a lakefront cabin. I put a bunch of stereo in there. We're going to listen to Oreo Speedwagon.
Yeah.
If you took someone from, let's say, 1990
Yeah.
and dropped them today with a $110,000 a year salary, would their standard of living be the same as it was in 1990?
Oh no, it'd be less.
You think so?
Far less. Yeah.
So if the answer is no, then that means it takes much less for us to be happier today
Well,
than it
yeah.
did for our parents and grandparents.
Yeah, I mean that's what you got to accept is the way things are too.
But it's also weird that we've accepted it.
Yeah. Well, if you just know your own reality, right? I mean, this is the way it is.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
We talk to a lot of people on the phone, meet a lot of people when we go out and do events and things like that. You've got people in your neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Does it feel like most people are in touch with reality?
No.
So that's what's so surprising about this. Like, all of us think we're owed more.
Mm-hmm.
All of us think we deserve something we don't have. All of us look around and we blame other people for the things that we ain't got.
Yeah.
So for us to see this, know that maybe the standard of living is lower than it was for our parents, and us to go, well, yeah, I guess that's something we have to accept. That's strange.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, I used to think when I was a kid, when I just started out, that if you made $52,000, the reason I picked that figure was you made it like $1,000 a week,
Yeah.
right? You'd be rich. Like, that would be like big money.
That's what you thought as a kid, you're saying?
Well,
Or-
that's what, like, yeah, because I mean, a big salary when I was a kid was like $20,000, $30,000.
Okay, as you talk,
Yeah.
what year was that?
I'm thinking like 1978 when I was like full-time employee.
All right, Kimmy, jump on the 1978 inflation calculator.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you were saying.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, man, if you made $1,000 a week, you're done. Like, you're rich.
Well-
you could get a house,
Uh-huh.
cars, pool, because you could buy a house in Florida back then for a nice house with a pool for about $80,000 to $90,000.
Okay.
You could have a car. You could have all that stuff.
What number am I?
$52,000 in 1978 money. Because it's funny you say that.
Hmm.
You had that dream in 1978. In 2004, I had that same dream. I thought
Grand
I will.
a week.
I will be a successful human being
Yeah.
in 2004 if I eventually, as an adult, made $50,000 a year.
$52,000 in 1978 would be equivalent to $255,000.
Holy Christ, man. Look at that. I was right.
Yeah.
I'm rich.
So in that way, we're happier with less.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Busted ass people.
Well, no, you're looking at it the wrong way, man.
No, I'm not.
Okay, it could be busted ass people.
Yeah.
It could also be that we watch what our parents and our grandparents did.
Mm.
We saw the stress. You say it all the time. You don't own a home. Home owns you.
Yeah, my father was rich and not happy.
There you go.
He was a very unhappy man.
So maybe folks 50 years and younger are starting to realize, sure, money it's necessary.
But it ain't worth it.
Exactly.
Ain't worth the grind.
Right? Like eventually you consume and do so many things that it takes over your life.
Yeah.
You own so many things that they own you.
Yes, that's so true, Patrick.
And look, it's easy for us to sit here like, the Dalai Lama and say all these things, but we're also going to go out and go buy the things that we want, and we have the scratch to do it.
I need stuff. Man, what was it? 200 and what?
$250,000.
Yeah, it was over $255,000.
Wow.
What a world.
I know.
All right, let's take a break. Everybody at home, we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. There is a man who spent a very tiny amount of time in our community.
Oh, okay.
Who just got the biggest honor in his professional sport.
Wow.
And the guy deserves it, right? But despite the fact that he spent like 8 nights in Rochester we're going to claim them forever.
Yeah.
Because we love our brushes with celebrity, especially when that celebrity was playing sports in our town.
Oh, he played here.
Well, we'll tell you all about it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a very exciting day for one baseball player.
Oh.
And a man who, despite the fact that he only slept here 8 nights.
8 nights.
In the history of his career.
Wow.
Will be claimed by this community for the rest of his life.
Who's this?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, the Baseball Hall of Fame, enshrined 3 new members yesterday.
Okay.
I forgot the other 2. But the one that we care about, Kimmy, could you look it up? Because I had it in front of me and I lost it. Twins catcher Joe Mauer.
Oh, yeah. I remember him.
Yep, was elected to the Pro Baseball Hall of Fame. So just real quick before we get into this.
Big star. Yeah.
Yeah, I love this kid's story. He was the Gatorade National Player of the Year in high school in both football and baseball in the same year.
Yeah.
Kid was drafted, Twins. He's from Minnesota, so he got to play for his hometown team his whole career. And then he had twins.
No.
Hand to God.
Oh, wow.
He played for his hometown team, the Twins,
Damn.
and he and his wife had twins. How great is that?
Very cool.
So what did he play, like 18 years in the majors, something like that? Doesn't matter. Who are the other 2 that got in the Hall of Fame?
Todd Helton and Adrian Beltre.
Other fun fact, Todd Helton started over Peyton Manning at Tennessee as the starting quarterback.
And now he's going into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yes.
What an idiot.
But the reason Joe Mauer is important to Rochester is because Joe Mauer was around when the Twins were the affiliate for the Rochester Red Wings. And he played in Rochester.
Came up a few times.
He
or
didn't,
down.
He played 8 games in total in Rochester. 5 of them in 2004 on his way up, and 3 of them on a rehab assignment in 2018, his last year in baseball.
Oh, wow.
But when he came to town, everyone went out to go see
Sure.
him, like we love to do when he's a star at Frontier Field. So the reality is, like, there are opposing players that have spent 5 times the nights in Rochester that never played for the Red Wings, as Joe Mauer did. But now, because he's a Pro Baseball Hall of Famer, that guy will eternally be a Rochester Red Wing.
Yeah,
you got to embrace that.
Okay. Now, good for the Red Wings, do your thing. Is that kind of douchey on our part as Rochesterians?
We do that with everything.
To grab them as our own.
8 nights. And by the way, he may not even spend 8 nights in Rochester because 5 of those games
Did
he
he
played
put
coming
on
up.
the jersey?
He did.
So you got the pictures to prove it.
Okay, no, I'm not saying he wasn't a member of the Red Wings, but like it was a very insignificant time in his career. And those 5 games that he played in 2004, I don't know how many were on the road, so it might have been like.
So it could have been 1.
Yes, less than 8 nights in Rochester.
And that's kind of a weird guy. If you played in Minnesota, you weren't on the national radar probably very much.
He was for a little while.
I mean, you had to really follow baseball to know this dude.
Yeah, that's the problem with
You know what I'm
baseball in
saying?
general, I would say.
But especially if you're playing all the way out in Minnesota.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So, but really nice guy.
Did
How
you
do
meet
you
him,
know, Tommy?
No big deal.
You are such a douche.
So we met him. So the Red Wings sent the Brother Wee show down
course
to
they
spring
did.
training in Fort Myers
Because
to cover.
the Red Wings are known for blowing money on stupid things.
Yes.
The amount of places you were sent just because people seem to like you is amazing.
Which is weird because nobody's ever liked him.
So he came on the show. He was very cool. And then we also met that other dude, the sod god, who I pissed off.
Well, that guy is that
He just
the same-
died, I think, or something.
No, he
Something-
didn't
no.
just die. All right, for
Well,
the
he's super old. But anyway, I pissed the old man off, and he's apparently like Mr. If you're gonna have a baseball stadium, you got to have this guy do your sod.
Okay, just to catch everybody up, he's a field hand who
Yeah.
like invented these techniques
Yeah.
for grass.
Yeah. But he's super old.
and he's done it for other sports too.
He does the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason you thought he died is he was in the news as an old guy because the turf he laid down for the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
It's very widely criticized.
Yes, and he
I thought
went
it was last year.
Was it
wasn't
last year? Might have been last
Hey, he's an old man. He's probably just chucking the seed down. But we had those guys on at the same time.
Wow, you had Joe Mauer and the Saw God at the
Yes.
same time. Wow.
And he was pissed off.
And you went out of your way to brag about that
Yeah.
just now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I just say he was a nice man.
Yeah, no, everyone that's had an interaction with Joe Mauer,
Handsome.
calm down.
No,
You're talking about the
he had
Saw
that.
God or Joe Mauer?
He had that kind of Steve Garvey charisma to
Kimmy
him.
doesn't know who that is.
You don't know who Steve Garvey is?
Nope.
Don't look at me.
He's one of the greatest Dodgers of all time.
I don't
also,
know what you mean by
didn't he go to
Steve
jail
Garvey.
for fraud?
That's. But it was like the good fraud, not the.
The
Yeah,
charming
it was
fraud,
it was a bad fraud.
the charisma fraud.
Yes.
We got some deep baseball fraud Hall of Fame takes going on today in the break.
No, but he had that kind of like all-American, good-looking guy.
Yeah, he was a TV star for a little while.
Wait, Mauer or Steve Garvey?
Garvey.
Yeah. Yeah, he played a drug lord in Miami Vice.
252 WCMF. Joe Mauer, elected to the Pro Baseball Hall of Fame yesterday. Played 8 games with the Rochester Red Wings, a couple in 2004, 3 of them in 2018 in his last season, rehabbing an injury. But we're going to claim him forever now. And I bet you if you go to Innovative Field across the street this summer to watch the Red Wings play, you're going to see nothing but Joe Mauer jerseys and T-shirts because his name's back in the news again. And look, the Wings, if they're smart, and they are, should be jumping on this as soon as they can, right? Send a bus down to Cooperstown with Red Wings fans to put him in, make money doing that, and then sell all the Joe Mauer jerseys you can out of the pro shop.
I would think he may even do an appearance here because they bring people in like this all the
they
time.
do.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, and he's very handsome from what I hear.
Oh, the ladies be lining up.
So everyone's going to show up. It is funny.
Tower of Mauer.
Well, we won't be invited.
No.
Yeah, because that's what's going to send it over the line.
Probably.
That and yesterday you referring to nipples as perky nerpies. It is funny how many people want to buy a ticket to a Red Wings game when a big guy is on their way up or when a legend is here getting right again and get back
it's
to
exciting.
Rogers. Yeah, but like
You get to see that person up close. Somebody you see on TV, maybe up close and personal.
Look, you're right. It's a unique experience. You know, the ballpark's tight. You're right there. You can see the expressions on their face. It's really cool. But, like, you know, when Steven Strasburg pitched here a couple of times, the place was packed. Tommy, remember when the Yankees AAA team played here for a season? Andy Pettitte was here.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
It was standing room only.
Sure.
I've never seen anything like that. And
Tim Tebow.
Oh, well, you went to Tebow.
I did do it.
Yeah,
Tebow.
for the pants.
And then years ago, I'm going way back, they brought in, and I think he was a Japanese pitcher that was coming up.
Hideki Matsui?
And the place was insane that night.
Oh, no, it wasn't Was it Matsui? It was the other one that didn't really pan out all that well. But
I
know
remember
what
it
you're
was
talking
like packed, and they were selling sushi.
Oh,
Really?
That's fun.
Because he was Japanese.
Maybe that's what he wanted.
Yeah. Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't
Did
know.
anyone know what? Oh, God.
No, but it was crazy.
I mean, that is it's awesome, and it makes me feel like a schmuck as a sports fan at the same time. Because, you know, we should be going to those ball games all the time in the summertime, right?
Yeah.
It's just, you get those people who are like casual fans who have like heard the name Andy Pettitte before. Oh, I got to go watch him pitch.
Oh, that was
Why?
huge. I
Because
remember
he's
that.
there.
Yeah, but it is
Yeah, but-
amazing. Like, you think, like, he's in our town. There's that guy.
Yeah. But he's doing his job.
I know.
It's not like he planned to take a vacation to Rochester.
You
I
also
understand.
don't want to be like the one person that didn't go.
You're right.
It's got like a domino effect.
But they've been bringing people through like that through this town forever. You know, Pele came here and played a game.
Yeah, yeah.
Muhammad Ali came here and did an exhibition. I mean, you get these guys every once in a while.
Fun fact, George Foreman, one of his first fights coming back as an old man before he won the heavyweight championship again,
Yeah.
right here in Rochester.
With the dome.
I think it was the War Memorial.
Damn.
There's
look at
pictures
that.
and everything.
Look at that.
He
He's
is-
in your town.
He's so fat in that picture. Like, it's before he got back in a really good shape.
I'm guessing a lot of these guys, when you get them late, they're going to be a little chubby.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about Joe Mauer, 8-game Rochester Red Wing, elected to the Pro Baseball Hall of Fame yesterday. Phil's on CMF. Hey, Phil, what's up, buddy?
Wide right, Tommy. Wide right. Bills still suck. You guys will never win a Super Bowl.
Still thinking about it, Phil.
I mean, I was over it.
Yeah.
That's it?
That
Phil's
was
been
the end
waiting.
of that.
Oh.
He sat on hold for 7 minutes.
To
for
say that.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Did you realize I've met Mr. Mauer?
Wait, are you talking about the Tower of Mauer?
Mauer? How dare you talk to me like that?
Hideki Arabu!
That,
That was the
yes.
picture! Thank
It's
you,
the
Got
one
Richard.
that-
Jackie in there.
If you ever want a good laugh, listen to Harry Carey trying to pronounce that dude's name. I'm serious. He changes that guy's name 7 times in a broadcast.
He was fat too, wasn't he?
He was
Big old fat
chubby.
guy.
He was chubby for a Japanese guy.
Didn't
What?
have to add the last part.
The chubby?
Yes. He was just chubby.
Well,
Period.
I remember when Pele punched him out at Silver Stadium.
Let's take a break.
Okay.
There are red flags you could see in people
All over this show.
that
yeah.
would keep you away, like everything Tommy just said for the last 10 minutes. And this is one that is going to piss off a lot of people, at least according to someone we know mutually.
Oh.
Because she went on a date,
Okay.
the guy she had met on an app, and when she found out what his friend group consisted of, it was a deal breaker, and it
Oh.
was over. Which is weird, because in a town like Rochester, you'd think you'd see this a lot. And we'll tell you what it is, and what red flag you may have in your background that you don't even realize was bad. that is keeping men and women away from you.
Okay.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You are the company you keep, Tommy. Right? Your friends say a lot about you, and loyalty to them over the years, you would think, is a good thing. But in this case, it's not.
What happened?
Well, at least according to some people, still having these folks in your life all these years later is a problem more than it is a feather in your cap.
So it's a flag.
Yes.
A friend flag.
Yes.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. So there's a woman that Kimmy and I know, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Sure.
Okay, so she is single, and she has been dating, and she met a guy on one of the dating apps.
Yeah.
So, guy's good looking according to her, right? They're going to go out, seems nice. They're sitting and they're having dinner, and in this conversation, she discovers that all of his friends, like the group of 10 guys he hangs out with, have all been friends since high school.
Okay, so they go way back.
Way back. And this guy's in his, she's in her mid-30s, Kimmy, so you would think he's probably around the same age. So mid-30s.
So he's known these guys for 20 years.
Yes, and the way she described it, he was almost bragging about how all of his friends have been the same since he was in high school.
Yeah.
Grew up here, lived here his whole life. That didn't bother her. But the fact that all of his friends were still the same friends he had back when he was a kid really bothered her.
Really?
To the point where it was a deal breaker. So she finished dinner. She told him no when he asked if she could see him again.
Wait, she just cold?
It was enough of a red flag for her that she walked.
Really? That's weird. 'Cause
One
I don't
day.
get it.
What do you not get?
I almost think like this was an excuse for some other thing that went wrong.
She didn't say anything else. In fact, she went out of her way to tell me this story.
Yeah.
And she came to me like, I'm right here, right?
No.
Like, this was the right thing to do.
I mean,
I
but,
just
but
think
she's
that's-
seeing it as a flag, like, I got to get out of here.
She sees
Like pulling the fire alarm.
She sees all of your friends being the same friends from high school as a grown person as a red flag you have to
Especially in a town like this where, a lot of people.
That's what I was thinking. I think it's so common here. If
Don't
you
move.
grew up here and you stayed here, it's not like a big enough city where even if you moved, to a different part of town, like it's not hard to keep in touch with the people you grew up with.
But do you want to?
I don't know why you wouldn't if they're really your friends.
You're tight.
Right?
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The more friends you have from high school still in your life as an adult, the bigger the red flag. Because, look, Kimmy's here, and she's saying logical things. This could also be a woman that's now terrified because most of her friends are still friends she had from high school.
Well, I mean, you outgrow some people. Obviously, there are some people that fall off along the way, but I don't see why just because you have friends from high school, you can't make new friends along the way too. I think you just get more friends as time goes on.
Okay,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. What percentage of your friends do you still have from high school?
Tight circle.
Yeah.
I have a solid group of 4 to 5 good friends from high school
But
that I
always-
see all the time. Because a lot of my other friends, they moved or,
Well, they got into other things, right? Like makeup and fashion.
And, people are just at different stages in life. They have kids.
Sure,
they
but you kept
have
5 of
families.
them. Yeah.
But it kind of shows me, I would think it shows that you're loyal.
Okay.
You're not fickle. You're not a dick. You could maintain friendships because you're a pleasant person to be around.
Okay.
Yeah.
My friendships are barren, man.
Yeah. I mean, I
It's
don't.
scorched earth.
Yeah. Well, you have a time clock on all your friendships where you just get rid of people.
Yeah.
What time is it? I
Yeah.
gotta go.
Yeah, bro. You don't eat without me, bro. Good
Or
luck.
you have people that you've just pushed away due to being a dick.
Yeah.
They outgrew you. I don't want this guy firing fireworks at me anymore.
All right, I see you guys trying to get in. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy's busting her ass over there. Okay, I guess it would also depend on how old you are when you're having this conversation, the amount of high school friends you still have. Because if you're 23 years old, you still got 5 really tight high school friends. It's understandable.
Yeah.
You're 5 years away from high school. But once you're in your 30s, 40s, and 50s, Tommy, you don't see any red flag with most of your friends being guys or gals that you knew back in high school.
I mean, maybe the longer you go in life, you should have picked up more people or dropped off. But at that age there, that's not that uncommon.
Okay.
Because you're probably still pretty social. You're out and about. Because older guys, they don't go out as much. They don't keep up with much.
Okay.
I can see those guys tailing off. If I met a guy that's 60 that still has all his high school buddies, are his core buddies.
Yeah.
That would be kind of weird.
That's not
You're
romantic.
describing a lot of men in their 60s. My dad
Your
would
dad.
be one of them.
But like my brothers who have kind of moved around a little bit.
Yeah, well, if you
don't
move,
have any of them.
I think that's it's harder to maintain those friendships.
I think this town is unique that way.
That friendships stay that
Yeah,
tight.
because like I said, like I've moved around. I mean, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know where to find any of my high school friends.
Well, no, they've been hiding on purpose.
Oh, good. Keep it that way.
252 WCMF 252-9263. This woman that Kimmy and I've got to be vague here. We work with her. We know her. She went on a date, met a guy on one of these dating apps, and things were going well. They were having dinner. He mentions in this dinner that his 10 group of friends, his core 10 group of friends, all the same guys he's known since high school. He's in probably his mid-30s, we would guess. That was enough of a red flag for her to finish the date. When he reached out to her again to go out, she said no thank you. She wanted nothing to do with him. And as what I'm trying to gather, I guess, from her telling me this story is I think her idea is we're all supposed to grow as we get older and experience new things and hear new ideas and become different people. Like that's part of the human experience. And I think her looking at this guy at 35, 40 with the same group of friends for 20 years, is he mentally still 17 years old?
Yeah, he hasn't grown up.
Right?
It's a maturity thing.
Because usually women will run some of your friends off in your life.
That's a man who's run all of his friends off.
Well, he's a woman.
I'm a self-starter.
Look at the way he's dressed this morning.
But think about how many times you've dated women that didn't like your friends.
Yeah.
And you started pushing those friends off.
Yeah, you're right.
But did those friends come back? I'm asking. Did they come back after that relationship ended, or was it done forever?
It could. I don't know. But sometimes once you push somebody away like that, they move on, they get married, they do things and change jobs, and they just kind of fade away.
No, you're right. And I think there's also a difference, too, between having, like, a best friend you see on a regular basis that you went to high school with versus, folks that are just in your orbit. You run into every once in a while. You're friendly with them, right? Like, more of an acquaintance than a friend.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Folks have been waiting on hold. We appreciate it. Let's talk to Tristan. Hey, Tristan, what's up, bud?
How are you?
Good, Tristan.
So I've had friends since...
Whoa! For God's sakes, Tristan.
With that mouth?
Jeez, you can tell he's still a guy hanging out with his high school friends. Don't curse on the radio.
My bad.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
I've had a friend since kindergarten, and I personally can't see how it could be a red flag. I guess maybe if it was a female friend, maybe that could be a red flag.
Okay.
Well, that's a whole other conversation.
All right, so Tristan, how old are you, buddy?
20.
All right, so bro, you just got out of high school. Did you go to high school with the kid?
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense. Like, you should still have a lot of high school friends when you're 20. Like, Tristan, if you still had that same buddy from kindergarten when you were 40, Tommy, would you look at that as a red flag?
From kindergarten?
I don't know. That's a pretty long
that's weird.
bond. No, I would say the opposite. I would think
Like, there's probably
longer...
a picture of you two naked in a bathtub somewhere.
Well, in your fantasy, it sounds like.
But
No.
you know what I mean? Good.
I would think the younger you met that person, the more I would understand you having a lifelong friend, right?
See-
You've only known that person. That's almost like a sibling at that point.
No, but I mean, Tristan, on the other hand of that, I get your point, but I would also think that's more time for you to get in fights, for there to be friction. Like you said, women come between you, plans come between you. Like, Tristan, are you doing the college thing right now? What are you doing?
No, I'm just doing construction.
Okay, all right. So you went into that whole thing. What's your kindergarten buddy doing right now?
Nothing.
All right.
Okay, but that's kind of a red flag. Kind of a red flag, Tristan.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right. Well, no, look, buddy. Look, you do what makes you happy. Don't let this woman we know make you think you're a loser.
Yeah.
All right, good. Tristan, good talk, buddy. Thanks. Have a good rest of the day. See, that kind of proves that woman's point. Like, he's friends with the guy.
Well, but 20, I mean... You're still
look,
only 20.
I'm with you.
Can't even drink legally yet.
Exactly. But if, like, let's say, this guy last night, or this guy tells this story to our friend here and goes, one of my buddies, he's got nothing going on. He's not doing nothing. He doesn't offer anything to anybody, but I've known him since kindergarten, so we're still going to be friends. Like, is that...
Sad.
Is that sad?
That's sad.
Is that disloyal if you get rid of that guy?
Not really. I mean... Where are we going here with this?
Well, you've been on hard times before.
Yeah.
Did your friends get rid of you?
Probably.
I mean,
like that, they may have checked out on me before I even knew it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But can't you make the argument that's when your friends need you the most?
True. That's true.
Not for you.
Apparently not.
Okay.
Like I've never had like lifelong buddies. I mean, just
You barely had like year-long buddies.
yeah. No, I mean, I had a buddy for a little while.
Okay, all right.
But things they go bad, and I go bad. I mean, some went bad.
Okay. So when someone goes bad, you're allowed to just say, we're done.
Well, like my one buddy became like a hardcore alcoholic where he had to be pretty much institutionalized for a little while.
Okay.
And then went to Al-Anon and AA and all that stuff. And he's on the straight and narrow, but he doesn't go around anybody anymore. Like he just stays with his core of group people.
I thought you also kind of backed off, though, because you didn't want to be around somebody who didn't drink.
Right.
But you make it sound kinder. Kinder than it was. He said into a microphone before, why do I want to hang out with that guy? He doesn't drink anymore.
Right. So what are we going to do? I can't drink. He can't be around to drink. What are we doing here?
Being friends.
Well, he said, what?
Okay.
Like, if you don't have an alcohol connection, it's very hard to maintain a friendship.
252 WCMF, 252-9263 is a group of lifelong high school friends as an adult a red flag, or is that a positive? Let's get a lady's take.
Oh, a lady.
How about that? Let's talk to Renee. She's on CMF. Hey, Renee, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
Well, I'll tell you. We're all about 65, me and my girlfriend. There's 5 of us. We're going winter camping this weekend.
We're on Hag Mountain?
No, we've known each other since kindergarten. We've all got our separate lives, but we've all kind of hung and stayed together and see each other 5, 6, 7 times a year.
Okay.
And hang out, and there's nothing crazy about that.
Well, I mean, look, it's easy.
The wine and the mouths are just flapping.
You just said you couldn't hang out with your friend because he doesn't drink anymore.
Well, I'm not going up to Flabby Lake with her
I love
either.
how he's like, I don't know why I don't have friends anymore.
Yeah, right.
All right, so Renee, just to play devil's advocate here, right? So we get an even conversation. You say there's nothing weird about it, but it's also something you do. Nobody thinks what they do is weird.
Right.
And I find it surprising, Renee. I would think it's easier for guys to keep a high school lifelong friendship than it is for women. Like, Renee, how many of these 5 women at some point have you hated?
Oh, what can I answer that for her?
Never. We have
As
never
her lawyer.
gotten a fight. We have never argued.
Renee.
We just all, no, I'm serious. We've all got our different little quirks. We overlook a little. One might be a drinker. One might be a smoker. One might just be
a toker.
whatever.
Midnight stroker.
So we just kind of hang out.
Renee, which one? Is there a skank in the group?
Yeah.
No, there is not.
Oh, you know what
That's
they say?
being a good friend.
You know what they say? If the answer's no, look in the
No,
mirror.
there's not.
Bro, they all skanking a little bit up on that mountain.
Skank
Be
mode.
nice. Be nice.
All right, Renee.
But
Well,
yeah, we're going to have fun.
all right, so
We're
when are you
to
going?
Honey Lake this weekend.
And the bear are scared.
This week. All right, well,
No,
Renee.
last year we went to Allegheny.
All right, well, that's great. I'm glad you have your friends. Thanks for the call, and enjoy your girls' trip this weekend, okay?
Have a good one. Thank you.
All right, there goes Renee. Red flag?
Oh, yeah, man.
No, you just...
What? You just want to say that. You asked.
Shut up, I'm talking.
I know. You asked, you think that men are better about keeping their friends, but we've talked before about how, like, women are just better at keeping in touch and being there for their friends when they're going through hard times, whereas you might completely separate yourself from a buddy who's going through a rough time, and that's the end of that friendship.
Oh, yeah.
Like, how many people that, like, especially men that got a divorce, like, were their buddies just not there for them during that tough relationship time?
Look, you're 100% right, and I didn't think about it that way. I will say this, though, and you have to agree with me, Kimmy. I need you.
Okay.
Men will get rid of friends faster.
Mm-hmm.
Women are way more likely to fight with their friends. Guys will put up with way more than women will when it comes to things that their friends do.
Women fight with their friends more, but I think you're also assuming that there isn't any tension in friend groups.
With the ladies?
Men's friend groups. And I just think maybe it just isn't talked about, but I don't think that everybody necessarily gets along all the time.
The amount of things I've heard women I've dated say about people that were supposedly their best friends behind their back. Like, things
they'll tell you private stuff. Like, I should know this.
Yes.
Like, nobody should know this, man.
You know what it takes to...
You're not a gossip queen. I know things about people I don't even know because of your big mouth. I shouldn't know this,
I'm
but
just
Tommy
saying.
told me.
I'm just saying, man.
Nice to meet you. My first introduction to you was
Like the amount of times I'm like, who are you talking about?
That girl's in trouble.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I see you guys on hold. If you're just joining us, this conversation started. A girl that Kimmy and I know, she went on a date, met a guy on an app. She's in her mid-30s, and she's having a grand old time. They're at dinner. He says at some point in this dinner, he has 10 core friends that he's known since high school. And
That's a big circle of buddies.
Yes, yeah. We assume that he's around the same age as she is. She's in her mid-30s, so that would mean he's had these friends for 20 years.
Yeah.
Longer than that.
Mm-hmm.
She saw that as a major red flag. She finished dinner with him. He asked to go out again. She said no, and she's done with him. And she's explaining this to me, and like it's no big, like, of course this is a red flag.
Yeah.
You know, why would somebody have the same friends for all this long? 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ryan. Hey, Ryan, what's up, buddy?
Hi. I was just thinking, I don't think it's weird at all to have friends from like high school, middle school.
How old are you, Ryan?
I'm only 20.
No, you don't even count, man.
No, this isn't about me. It's about my parents.
Okay.
Both of them are in their 50s.
Okay.
And for my mom, she still has like 6, 7 friends from her high school, middle school that she grew up with.
Okay.
That she still goes out to dinner with at least every few months.
Okay.
Multiple times a year. And then my dad as well. He has like friends from just like in his track, neighborhood friends, also friends from high school, middle school, and he still hangs out with them. There's like 10 of them that they go hunting together, they go out, they play poker, all that.
All right, Ryan, is it possible, and I say this with all due respect.
But they're social people also.
Well, maybe.
Well, hunting, poker,
Their
ladies'
hobbies
night
that
out.
they-
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean, Tommy, it's also possible. Ryan, are your parents, do they just suck so hard that no new people that meet them want to hang out with them?
No, not at all.
They're
No,
cool.
they're both very sociable.
Guys, my mom and dad are super cool, okay? All right, and Ryan, so I'm assuming you still have a lot of high school friends then, too.
No, I have a few. I didn't have a lot, though.
But I get it, man, because like after a while, once you know somebody really well, right? You know all their stories, you know their past. What's left to talk about?
Well, it's more just being comfortable around that person too, right? It's a level of comfort where you can sit there and watch a movie or watch TV and not even talk, and you're still hanging out.
But no, you missed
Yeah,
what
exactly.
But you missed what he essentially just said.
I wasn't paying attention.
Tommy, in a roundabout way, said, if you are not entertaining me, why do I want to be around
Why
you?
aren't you together? Because you want to be entertained with each other to enjoy the day.
You treat your friends like a movie.
I know you do.
Yes.
And once they stop being fun, you're like, you're out.
Indiana Jones 5. Nope. Get out of my face.
You don't drink. Done.
Yes.
Right. Thanks for the call, buddy. Tell your really cool parents we said what's up. What the hell
I don't
is
know.
that? Okay,
So
cool.
I will say I was just
Maybe
reminded
there's a
of
really
this.
cool dad in the background.
Yeah.
I need friends. You were saying.
I did go on a date once where it was a red flag, like the opposite way. So I went on a date with this kid. He didn't live here. He'd moved to Buffalo,
Right.
but he was from here. And we went on a date, and just because we both grew up here, we both knew mutual people that went to the high school he went to. But every time I brought somebody up that I knew that he knew, he would say, that person sucks. I don't like this person.
Oh.
We had a conflict. And I'm like, this is a red flag to me that you don't like anybody that you used to, that you grew up with.
Yeah, no, you're right. There's that old saying.
Like, if you don't like any of them, what do they say about you?
Yeah, no, there's that old saying, if that guy's a dick, he's a dick. If everyone's a dick, you're the dick.
Okay. All right.
So that was enough for you to walk away, Kimmy.
Smart move.
Yeah, I think, and so, one of the people that he was talking poorly about is like somebody I know that just everybody loves, and I'm like, I've never heard a bad thing about that person.
Can I ask a question? Because you're describing Tommy and I.
What are you talking about?
Well, like if
What are we
even
doing?
people we love, if
Yes.
their name comes up, we're gonna make fun of them and say the worst thing about them possible
Yeah.
if they're not standing
Yeah.
in front of us, right?
We will.
Yeah.
We will.
So like that.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a terrible personality trait, a red flag. And she's
It could be a
literally-
red flag.
Okay,
It could be a red
describe-
flag.
All right. We'll take one more call, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. All of your friends as an adult, you met in high school. Marcy's got the last word. Hey, Marcy.
Sweetie, how are you?
Good.
All right. I'm just going to say this. As always, my Kimmy is correct. She has a good insight into this. I thought it was interesting that this woman had said, he's a nice-looking guy and the dinner was going well. And he shares that he has friends from childhood, which I think in his case might have been saying, I've got commitment, I've got loyalty.
Yeah.
He might have been trying to illustrate those things. But for her to have dismissed him so readily, I think is unfortunate. I mean, she really, in one date, did she really get that much insight into this guy?
Oh, she may let a good one slip away.
I think he might have been. Mommy's talking. Shush. I think he might have been treated
Mommy's always
unfairly.
talking.
Okay, go, talk.
All right, so you're saying she treated him unfair. Okay, but you didn't answer the question. Would you see Marcy having friends like that many old friends at 30, 40, 50 as a red flag to you?
First of all, don't come by me because I don't like people generally. But also,
that's fair.
But also, I grew up in New York City and I went to high school in Manhattan. We didn't
Wait, you're not
hang
from
out
here?
in my neighborhood. No. It's that hard to believe. So don't go by me. And I lived out on the West Coast. I live a lot of different places.
Okay.
But I do have a friend. I do have one friend from childhood who lives, and I can't say where she lives because she's famous. She lives in the region, and we are.
You don't know anybody
I would
famous,
believe
man.
Marcy if she said she knew somebody.
What do you do, a Marissa Tomei lookalike contest?
Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
I do too.
But she and I have been friends for 55 some odd years. And we
55 years you've
That
known this famous
friendship-
woman.
Yeah, no, she's not famous. She's famous to me. She's my hero.
What's Barbara
But I
Streisand
think
like
that-
in real life?
Absolutely.
Fabulous.
Fabulous. But the thing is, having friends for a long time, and people go in and out of your time. They come in, they come out. In a small town like Rochester, you're going to run into people all the time. It's a wonderful thing.
Sure.
Because we live in a great city. I love it here.
All right, well, Marcy, we're happy you're here.
We
why
love
is
you
that-
too.
Why is that a negative? Think about it. I think the pressure is on this young lady. I'd be happy to come in and counsel with her.
Okay.
I love you all. Goodbye. I
Love you
gotta
too,
go.
Marcy. Bye. I'm dying to know who this woman is.
You
I know.
You know,
Well, she said, but then she said she's not really famous. She's famous to me.
No,
So I don't know
she
what-
backed off of
yeah,
that
she
when we
did.
pushed her.
Which actually tells me she's like super famous.
Or she's like busted famous.
Well, no.
Well,
'cause
either way, famous.
If she was busted famous, she would have argued harder. The fact that she backed off,
Yeah,
it tells
you're
me
right.
she's like actually famous.
She
Like
actually
if
has a
she met
secret.
Lorena Bobbitt in a mall.
Who could it be?
It's something like
Well,
that.
did she say she lives in the region?
Yeah, she said
whoever
she
this
lives in the
person
region. All
is?
right, so it would be someone from Manhattan that would be in there.
Living in maybe the Finger Lakes area.
Yeah. Oh,
Busted ass Finger Lakes
No,
celeb.
there's
They'd
some-
be in their
yeah.
50s or 60s.
Who would it be?
I don't know.
But there's nobody famous around.
Well, bro, we're talking about Skinny Ellis. We're talking about
Yeah.
Canandaigua. Bro,
It's a wide range.
But she made it sound like she met her a long time ago down in the
Yes.
city.
back in the neighborhood.
But that's like Long Island.
Oh, I'm dying. No, she said Manhattan. She said she grew up in Manhattan.
That broad didn't grow up in Manhattan. Her busted ass
Why
is
would she
Long
lie?
Island.
She's-
She's
so
Long
she's putting
Island,
on a show.
Massapequa busted woman. You think she was living on Fifth Avenue?
By the way, Long Island, Massapequa, Busted Woman is the worst Santana song. Got a Long Island, Massapequa, Busted Woman.
She didn't live in
Bro,
Manhattan,
you
man.
grew up in Jersey, you trash.
This chick didn't have bus fare to Manhattan.
Trash ass Jersey bitch is making fun of Long Island, Massapequa.
Man, she lived in the village.
Take a break. A cookie is going to send you to the ends of this planet. Everything I just said is factual.
Wait, an actual cookie?
Yes.
What is it going to do to me?
I'll explain why you're going to do that to me. I'll explain everything. Thanks to the break room. I'll see you. It's one of the best snack foods in the world.
Snack food.
And they release special flavors all the time.
Oh.
But there's nothing better than the original. However, this new flavor they want you to try. They want you to try it so badly, Tommy, that they're literally willing to go out of this world to get you to do it.
Out of this world?
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Oreo announced they are releasing a new flavor this week. Why are you laughing?
Go ahead. What kind of jackass flavor are they putting in the cookie now?
They're called Space Dunk Oreos. So instead of the normal white filling, the filling is pink and blue, and it has Pop Rocks mixed into the...
Wait, the candy from back in the day?
Yeah.
Like pop, like crackle.
You remember those, right?
Yeah. The rumor was it killed Mikey from the cereal commercial.
No, that's a true story. He drank Coca-Cola while eating a package of Pop Rocks, and his stomach exploded like a pigeon.
It's not a true.
Yeah, I know it's not a true story.
Somebody
you
I
idiot.
hear that.
You're the one that brought it up. He added to your joke, and you're like, "That's not right. That's not true."
Well, actually, he didn't die. The thing that I said.
take it back.
I think he died in the war.
He would have been too young for what?
That
war?
was the problem. He was too young for the war.
We drafted Mikey. Yeah,
Yeah.
he likes it. Nobody's getting
Try a
this right
grenade,
now.
Mikey.
Nobody's getting. Kimmy is lost.
I know Mikey.
From what? What was the cereal?
What was the cereal? was it Chex Mix?
Nope.
No.
I think it was.
It was Life.
Life. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
Chex Mix
likes
Life.
it.
That sounds like where you get those 12 CDs from. Can we do more old references?
Yes.
Chex Mix Life. Okay. Anyway, the Space Dunk Oreos have pink and blue flavors with Pop Rocks mixed in. They're going to hit stores Monday. But
Doesn't
that's
sound very tasty.
well, look, Oreo experiments with all kinds of flavors, right? They have mint ones they just put out.
They have unique ones that you can only find in certain places.
And seasonal ones, like they do the candy corn Oreos during Halloween.
Yuck.
Nothing beats a double stuffed Oreo, though, the original one. But Oreo wants you to try these so badly.
How badly?
To promote them, they are running a contest where the grand prize is a trip to space from Oreo.
What?
Wait, you get like Bezos
actual
rocket?
space. Not space camp. Space.
No, space. So they're going through a company called Space Collective, and it's actually a company we've talked about before here in the break room.
What do they do?
They are the ones that have the hot air balloon that will take
that goes
you
all the way up.
to the
You
edge
float
of
to
space.
space.
Right.
You got it.
Yeah.
So here's what's interesting about this. Now, it's obviously a very unique opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
Buy a package of Oreos and go to space, right? But this Space Collective company, it doesn't look like they've done this yet.
Yeah.
So it's
in
still
the works.
Well,
Right.
it says that their first scheduled flight was 2024. So unless they've done it in the last 2 weeks, they've never done it.
Right.
It's possible that you'd be a part of the first ever balloon ride to space if you won this contest.
Yeah, which is not anything I want to do.
So you're telling me if you won this Oreo contest, you're not taking the grand prize?
I don't want to be the first to go up in an experimental balloon to space.
Paid for by Oreo?
It's a risky move on Oreo's part.
Well, I thought that. Yeah, you're right. That could go horribly, horribly wrong.
It's like, also, kid, while you're up there, hold this package of Oreos for everybody to see.
And both those come raining out of the sky.
Kimmy, would you take the Oreo trip to space?
I'm not interested in going to space, so I think I'm out on that one.
Okay.
Cool concept, but not my thing.
So, according to the terms and conditions of the contest, you actually don't have to go to space. You also have the option to take a $125,000
Okay,
check
I'm in.
instead.
Oh, you cash
Back in.
out.
But that's also kind of stupid on Oreo's part because, like, look, if you send someone to space, you get the publicity of them going to space on Oreo. What person is not taking the $125,000?
I don't
Some
know.
dumb kid that wants
That
to go
would
to
be
space.
you. You would be the space kid.
This is what everyone calls you behind your back.
Dumb kid.
Space
Dumb
Space
space
kid.
kid. So what's the contest?
I guess it's just you buy Oreos.
depends
you
on the
get
package.
you get lucky.
Yeah, I don't know. So you actually don't even have to buy. You can go to liftoff.oreo.com and enter for free.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're interested in that, you can go do that now. But no, you're right. This seems like the most poorly planned backwards giveaway from
Yeah.
a food company
And a
ever.
major. That's one of the original cookies, right?
Nabisco, baby. Fig Newtons and Oreos.
Yeah.
I haven't had a Fig Newton in forever. I love Fig Newtons.
Not top of mind.
Nah, that's why I haven't had one. But now
Yeah,
that
that's
I
like
just-
old school depression cookies.
Bro, they're so good.
All right.
Anyway, I would look. I don't want to go to space.
Okay.
I don't want to.
They don't want you either.
But the fact that Oreo is going to send me there in a contest makes me feel like I kind of have to go to space because I want to know what an Oreo space trip is like. Like, do I get unlimited Oreos on my ride up to space?
As long as they're
It's-
not the Pop Rocks ones.
It's got to be frightening to go up in space in a balloon because of it just goes up slowly.
Yeah. You got a lot of time to think about
And
it.
if you don't like heights, like you're just, here we go, like a slow elevator that's going all the way up to the where the sky ends.
But it would also give you the opportunity to like really soak in what's happening here.
Yeah.
Because if you take a rocket, it's 15 seconds, 20
Yeah, but it's
seconds.
cool. Like you're flying in a rocket.
No, but in this way, you'd get to watch the entire world disappear from
All right.
underneath your feet. Look, I
All
don't
right.
want that, but I would understand why some people would.
While you're pounding cookies.
I wonder if you're allowed. Now, keep in mind, this is not an open balloon, by the way. It's an enclosed.
It's like a capsule.
Yeah, capsule.
Yeah.
And there's seats in there. At least I'm looking at like the.
I thought they've already done this. Somebody did this already once.
I don't know if they've done it, but I have seen like images of what it would look like.
Yeah, that's all I have in front of me right now.
Yeah.
Can you Google if space? Okay, this is even more alarming.
Mm-hmm.
So in the contest, it says Space Collective will be taking you. But, I'm sorry. Space Perspective. That's the name of the company.
That sounds like some hokey-ass company.
This thing looks very technological, but it's just...
That sounds like something, that sounds like that they have an office near the Miami airport.
next to where A-Rod bought his steroids?
Yes, it's like some dingy Miami strip mall.
So they did a test. Oh, no, this is Virgin Atlantic. It doesn't look like these people have been into space yet.
Like, give me NASA.
Well, I don't know. Like NASA.
Give me a
doesn't have
NASA balloon.
They don't really have a sterling track record
Yeah.
with space either.
They're better than this Jamo company.
We just talked the other day how NASA, they're planning on going back to the moon. They had to delay both the trip around the moon and the trip to the moon by a year and 2 years because they said they weren't ready for it.
Right, but they know they're not ready. I don't know if these guys know they're not ready.
It says their first commercial space flights are planned for late 2024.
So they haven't even
they're
gone
coming
up
up.
So
yet.
they have not gone up.
All
yet.
right, so they're getting ready.
Okay,
ready.
Unless they've sent people up, just not like
Commercially?
citizens. Yeah.
But then they would have pictures of the actual balloon on
Yeah,
their
you're
website,
right, you're right.
Like they haven't even sent a monkey up there or anything?
I don't think we send monkeys up there anymore.
Why not?
When's the last time you heard of a monkey going to space?
I thought like other countries did that. Like they put like an animal in there because that's what we used to do.
Yeah, yeah.
The dog,
It's a-
the monkey.
It's a 6-hour flight.
Up and down?
It says, it offers a safe and transformative 6-hour journey to the edge of space.
Even though we haven't done it yet.
Well, it could be as simple as a 15-second flight if things go wrong.
True, yes.
Kimmy, is there a bathroom on board? Because I don't
Probably
think I
not.
could hold my pee for 6 minutes, 6 hours.
You probably can't.
There's got to be a bathroom. Think about how nervous you'd be. You'd want to take a dump,
No.
especially on pounded Pop Rocks Oreos.
You know what you probably got?
What's that?
You probably go in your spacesuit, for real. Like you have like a colostomy bag. Because that's how the pilots have it.
No, I know.
Yeah. Their capsule has a fully equipped restroom.
Oh, look at that.
Fully
With
equipped.
a view from the restroom.
Wait, so I could take a dump and look at Earth?
Apparently.
Wait.
So you don't miss
You're
anything.
talking about
Dumps in space! That's exactly what we're talking about.
You also have Wi-Fi.
because I
Look at
need
that.
to be entertained. This isn't enough. I got to watch a Seinfeld reboot.
I do love how they include that, yeah.
Again, 252 WCMF. Oreo has put out a new flavor. It's called Space Dunk Oreos. Instead of the normal white filling, it's pink and blue, and there's Pop Rocks mixed in. But the crazy part about this, they're running a promotion
This is
contest.
such a weird
This is amazing.
promotion.
Food and beverage also allowed on board.
So you could bring your Oreos.
Bring your own snacks.
Oreo will award one person with a trip through a company called Space Perspective. I said it wrong. I apologize. It's a hot air balloon that goes right to the edge of space, and they haven't launched yet. So you could be on the first one thanks to Oreo, or you can get a $125,000 check. All right. I'm hoping if whoever wins this thing takes the trip.
Okay.
Because I just want to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that seems like the safest way to go to space based on the commercial ways that we've seen. Bezos, Musk. There's no rocket.
Yeah, but
Rocket
this
seems
sounds like old school aviation we shouldn't be doing anymore.
How
Unless
do-
you're like you want to go see Letchworth State Park or something.
No, but like if
It's too high up for a balloon.
Okay, no, but if you have a choice, let's say you had to go to space.
All right, I gotta go.
And they're going to latch your ass to an explosive rocket,
Mm.
or you can slowly float up in a balloon. I'm taking the balloon.
I'm taking that rocket because rockets are designed for space. Balloons crap out.
Rockets are designed for lots of things, like
Yeah.
killing people.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And like sometimes that happens by accident.
Hey, sometimes some balloons go bad too.
Put that on a t-shirt.
They do.
Sell it in a rock shop.
And by the way, it's something you use at a 4-year-old's birthday party.
No.
That's the technology you want on a stick to go to the moon.
Yeah, I've never seen a rocket at every 4-year-old's birthday party.
No, but it's a balloon is decoration. It's not transportation.
Okay.
Although I'm at the age I don't give a F about balloons anymore.
That's good.
Both commercial or birthday party.
We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CM. It's going to be a rapperoo.
The old Hump Day Rapperoo.
For a Wednesday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Again, big thank you guys today. You know, we broadcast the show live. You can watch us on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, on YouTube and Twitch. And we've been told from some higher-ups
What'd
that
they say?
The subscription on our YouTube page, which is the Break Room WCMF, lets folks that don't work in this city in our company, it lets them know that people like us.
Okay.
So you got to get people to subscribe.
All right.
And we crossed over 1,000 subscriptions.
1,000 subscribers.
I know. I can't believe it either, guys. So we really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and if you want to subscribe, again, you can go to the Break Room WCMF. Just click the little subscribe button. You can watch us live every single day on YouTube. Every show that we do every day automatically saved right there to YouTube, so you can go back and watch whatever you miss.
Look at that.
Look at how Tommy's hair moves slightly with every break as he takes it off. You look like a Keebler elf in the commercial break. I didn't have the heart to tell you. And, yeah, subscribe because, look, if you need a subscription, we do it for you.
Yes, we would.
By the way, if you have a YouTube channel you want a subscription, don't actually ask us. We're not going to do that. All right, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who has a big gig with her Nirvana cover band tonight.
Oh, yeah. Very grungy.
You've described my outfit many ways today.
Yeah, but you're a chameleon of grunge.
Yeah, you look like you should be
Chameleon
catching
of
fish for tourists.
Catching fish and then going to my show after.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's isn't that how they all started?
Yeah, out in Seattle. She looks like my grandma's couch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is
My
an old
shacket?
pattern. Yeah.
Yeah. For Tommy Muley, whose chest also looks like my grandma's couch. But he's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the Break Room at 6 a.m. on 96.5 WC.